Sweet. Darkly Sweet by Juliann Whicker, read by her AI clone and her AI assistant Hudson. Chapter 1. Witch. In the dim interior of my cavernous attic, I mixed 10 ounces of helichrysum oil with 4 ounces of frankincense. I stirred rapidly with the glass mixer, then divided it into the golden bottles labeled Darkly Sweet before topping them off with the various other potions and lotions I carried in my shop. As I worked, the best thing happened. Time went by without me thinking, or worse, feeling. I didn't notice that the candles had burned down or that my stomach rumbled until a solid thunk-thunk reverberated through my drafty attic. I sighed and capped the last bottles of my current batch and stood up, stretching. I shoved my hip-length black braids behind my shoulders and smoothed down the black dress with white collar, sharp points framing the mouse's skull brooch at my throat. I took my time walking away from the quarter of the attic where I kept my lab. I straightened a stack of boxes, the dark background and poppy print, with green vines, my signature packaging. I'd have to order more in the small size this afternoon. With every step away from my lab, it grew darker until I could barely see the enormous fieldstone fireplace to my right, or the body dangling on my left. I ran my fingers over the stone, the sloping shape and smooth texture soothing. My stomach tangled into knots the closer I got to the door. I stood on the far end of the wide expanse of floor between the fireplace and the door. Nothing besides the ropes tied to the rafter above me and dust. Lots of dust. "Come in," I said in a low voice he shouldn't have been able to hear. The door swung in slowly, revealing the dark silhouette of Revere, my stepfather, backlit from the light on the landing. He hesitated, flicking his fingers slightly, probably checking for booby traps before he entered in his black suit. "Penny, this is your last chance." I looked away from him towards the picture on the mantel. No, to where the picture used to be on the mantel. What does that mean, Chance? It's such a strange word, like dance or prance or glance, all kind of flirting. That's what I would be doing. Flirting with the ultimate danger, the ultimate danger, the ultimate end. He sighed, and his fingers slipped into his suit pocket. "When is the last time you've eaten? You've been avoiding me. It doesn't matter. If you don't do what you must, everything you know will be torn apart, whether you pretend it isn't happening or not." He took 2 steps into the room, his step soft and muted. "I don't care. I've tried to care. But I don't. When she falls, her screams will only echo the agony in my heart." He sighed a dry sigh. So melodramatic. He flipped the switch, and I was left blinking in the sudden, horribly garish brightness. "How can you see through the haze of dust? You're acting like a child. You know perfectly well that the will explicitly states that I must marry a peer before my 18th birthday, but has it occurred to you that I am a child, 17, and to be fattened and sent to the seething hordes of the soulless elite, with nothing to protect me from their diabolical devices?" My lips curled as I glared at him, anger waking up inside my chest. He stared me down, his black eyes and blacker hair gleaming in the light from the electric sconces that lined the walls. "You're hardly fat," he said dryly. "You haven't eaten anything other than your emergency protein bars in days. You've been avoiding me, making me climb these stairs and enter your sanctum of dust. Penny, I know that you've wrapped yourself up like a spider in your own web, sucking the life out of yourself as you feed on nothing but memories, but it's going to end. You can't live like this anymore. You have to accept reality. Either you die and your mother with you, or you put your best foot forward and win the hand of a mage." I rolled my eyes at him. He wasn't the only one who could be disgusted. Someone like you, I suppose. Someone clean and tidy. Someone who knows how to do everything right. Someone who can cast a proper spell, hopefully, someone who knows the basics of defense. But most importantly, a peer, someone who knows that magic is only worth as much as the mind behind it. Mind? You mean money? Yes, Penny. You're going to Rosewood to find the most eligible male you can get to marry you. Either that or this world, your world will be gone. Your mother, she'll be gone, and so will every memory you ever made with. I held up a hand, a sharp move that silenced him. My heart pounded, and darkness crept into the edges of my vision. I swallowed hard while I blinked it away. Never. I'd rather die. I'd rather be burned alive and ripped limb from limb than talk to a stupid boy. You think I can make a man my slave like Mother did to you, but I don't have allurement. No, I'll find another house. I have my business even if it's not like the Soulless Beauty Corporation. Great-grandma founded, it's mine, and it's enough. He frowned at me. Your mother didn't. You don't need allurement. He stared at me with a consternated expression while he tried to think of something positive to say. You're a special girl. You may not have all of your mother's talents, but you're clever. You have other gifts that are more rare and valuable than you know. I understand that you're afraid, but you can look at this as a business proposition. I'm not afraid. He glanced at me skeptically, and I shifted under that gaze. I hadn't left the house in months. Maybe I was getting as bad as my mother, the shut-in who could not leave without having a complete breakdown. The last time she'd left the house, I'd had to drag her back inside by her hair after I found her convulsing in the gravel road 30 feet from the front door. I shook my head and wrapped the end of one of my braids around my hand. It's a waste of time. You don't seriously think that I can trick a mage into marrying me, do you? He smiled slightly. Mages are still half human. You can appeal to their humanity. Lust? He curled his lip. The darkness is full of lust, Penny. Be very cautious when wielding such a dangerous weapon. I wound the braid around my wrist. Charm? He hesitated as he looked at me. Charm is what one makes others see, rather than what one is. No, what you are. He shook his head and stepped away from me towards the door. Rosewood is full of vain, self-absorbed, bored children who have never wanted anything. All you need to be is what they want. Shall I take it that you're going? He edged towards the door, his inner dust devil stirring. He hated mess, but that didn't keep him away from my mother, whose mind was a chaotic blur of madness mixed with insanity. That's what this was about. Did I save my mother and sacrifice myself? She would stay here as the house was demolished around her? Would she mind dying very much? Probably not. Would I rather leave here, find a place to live, deal with people, get on with my life? What life? I had my business and Senior Mort, but I wasn't happy. Had I ever been happy? Maybe a long time ago, before Grandmama died, before Poppy. I'll go, for Mother. I stared at him, and he stared back, both of us shocked at the words that had just come out of my mouth. He smiled slightly. If you had known her before. His smile faded as he turned, heading down the stairs. You need to have your trunks packed by tomorrow with whatever you want to take to the dormitory. I know that it's going to be a difficult transition for you, but I am certain you will find others who share your love of black and the skeletons of rodents. I fingered the bleached skull at my throat, and the others wound in my braids. You're going to miss me, Revere. You're going to miss having a sane person in the old lady. I raised my voice as he disappeared from view down the curving stairs. Pushy, cantankerous old caretaker. I slammed the door and turned to survey my kingdom. The attic covered most of the house, so for sheer square footage it gave me plenty of room for most of my everyday activities. The center was taken up by an enormous hearth and wide chimneys from the fireplaces downstairs. Candles and mirrors were sprinkled throughout the space, and ropes hung from the rafters. To my right was a little alcove where a body dangled amidst the myriad dripping strands. Dandy's purple and black suit stuck through with hat pins. To my left was the bed, the armoire, and the wall that was an actual straight wall instead of the interior curves of the mansard roof. A French door led to a small patio and let in a little bit of natural light. Behind the chimney, past the body, was my lab. My little business wasn't nearly so small and insignificant as Revere seemed to think. Darkly Sweet was a serious brand in indie beauty products. I'd seen several knockoffs that didn't have anything on my brand. Maybe it was small compared to the family business, the soulless beauty corporation great-grandma had established, but it was mine in a way nothing else was. I'd just agreed to go to school and catch a mage. One of those dreadful, monstrous beasties who would eat your heart out and make you love him while he did it. I was going to be sick. I dragged 2 enormous trunks out of the shadows under the eaves, dust puffing off them when I flung back the lids. I packed away my vials and tubes with meticulous care, layers and layers of packing bubbles between until I was certain nothing would destroy my lab, my livelihood. That took up most of the trunk, and the rest I packed with ingredients, herbs, oils, bottles, and boxes. The other trunk I stared at before opening the armoire, studying the rows of dresses, skirts, blouses, and the bulky capes made of impermeable rubber, interfaced with a thin layer of lead. My fingers lingered on the golden yellow cape, the color Poppy's hair had been. I whirled from the armoire and flung myself across the bed, muffling my scream in the mattress. After I had that out of my system, I didn't waste any time but reached under the bed and pulled out the laptop, booting up and checking the battery life. A quick search found Rosewood Academy, your generic preppy-looking building, all marble pillars and leaded windows. So the insulation wouldn't be. And neither would the security, great that is. I went back to the shadows and pulled out 2 more trunks. I filled them with quilts and tapestries, wooded scenes mostly. Grandmama had collected a wide assortment of tapestries on her travels through Europe. Most of them were quirky and had something odd about them. Like the humans had chicken feet, or the trees had faces. I flopped back on my bed and was surprised when my laptop chimed and then said, "Welcome to Rosewood, Penny Lane," in a pseudo-aristocratic New England accent. The screen had a scrollwork banner along the top, "Meet your peers," and faces of boys and girls I imagined I'd soon see in person. An image slid onto the screen. A guy with dark eyes and a sneer, with red hair artfully messy in sharp contrast to his cravat and diamond stick pin. We had paintings in the gallery overlooking the hall of that kind of ridiculous tie, but they went with wigs and careful coifs and not the diamond stud in his ear. Too quickly, the screen slid to another face, and I had to watch the whole thing around in a loop before it got back to him. This time, I clicked through to find professional-looking shots of him, Drake Huntsman, apparently, in equestrian gear riding horses and hitting a ball with a stick, while creaming 2 other players, and dressed in a tux. I stared at the tux photo, where he stood next to a dazzling brunette in a blue satin gown. Blue wasn't enough to capture the glamour. Peacock. Yes. Peacock that matched her eyes. He stood beside her looking indifferent, like the shot was taken before the moment of action, unlike most of the other photos. He gave the impression of constant movement. Even when he didn't move, his eyes seemed to show the action of his mind. I sat back and closed my laptop. Goodbye, Penny Lane. Creepy. What kind of guy did I want to marry? I couldn't help but snort out loud. It was the most ridiculous thing in the world to try to seriously contemplate something that insane. Yes, I'd always known that was part of Grandmama's will ever since the funeral when I was 13, but I'd done my best to pretend that it would all go away. Poppy. I opened the laptop with a jerk and focused on the image of the Drake and Whitley Penmore at the annual Winter Musical Extravaganza. I opened a new window and typed Drake Huntsman in the search bar. That revealed a whole new dimension to his character, There were videos of him and his friends walking down a hall while girls bounced and squealed like rabbits that had been shot. I watched video after video until I saw one titled Christmas Tree Suicide. I thought it would be something like a pathetic school play, but instead there was screaming in the background, dark night, snow, and this enormous Christmas tree in the middle of a courtyard. Some kid at the top of it. The video zoomed in and I could see his face. See the way he clutched at his neck while he dangled there hanging. After a flurry of evergreen limbs, the camera refocused on Drake, wading through the greenery of the now fallen tree. He hauled the guy out, and then with this snarling smile punched him hard and fast in the face. Drake hit him until he staggered over. Then Drake kneed him so that he jerked and sprawled onto the ground. Drake stopped for a second, staring at the other boy with his wild, crazy look in his eyes before he drew back his big black boot and started kicking. That's when he started yelling expletives that I wasn't very familiar with, being homeschooled and all. On and on until I closed my laptop with shaky fingers, then pulled my knees up to my chest and started rocking. Poppy. Cruel boys who ruined lives carelessly. It took me a long time before I could open the laptop and go back to Rosewood to find the boy who had been the tree ornament. When Drake's image passed, I pressed my thumb to his face. You're dead. Before much longer, I found the other guy. Zachary Stoneborough, brown-haired, nice-looking enough, but not in sports or music or anything else as far as I could find. I searched the school photos and found him in the periphery, sitting in bleachers by himself, sitting at a table in the dining room by himself, a loner in a sea of guppies. He was a peer, though. He was eligible as my spouse. I hissed at the preposterous notion and leapt off the bed to open the armoire and dig through to the back, the lacy, frilly dress-up dresses I hadn't worn since Poppy. We'd had elaborate tea parties that lasted for days, combining drama, music, and sparring with the consumption of tea and finger. Sandwiches. If I wanted a nice guy, I had to be a nice girl. When I went somewhere where there were other people, I felt less and less comfortable until I was snarling like Senor Mort. Who could snarl when they were cute and happy? I would be like those French candy sandwiches dyed unnatural colors. Macaroons. I used to love the macaroons Grandmama brought back after one of her long trips. Remembering her, I left every single black thing in my closet and filled up the trunk with lace, pink, and florals. I went to close the trunk, hesitated, then threw in the lead-lined black cloak. I could survive a nuclear blast in that thing. After that was my sewing machine and fabrics in the school colors. I'd have to come up with my own elaborate uniform that somehow broke all barriers between myself and Zachary Stoneborough, because I was going to marry him. Hopefully he liked legs more than breasts, although I could always buy a bigger pair if it came down to it. I closed the lid of the last trunk with finality, then shoved them to the door where they'd be taken in a very few hours. Standing in front of the mirror propped above the mantel, I held up my 2 plates before letting them slap down against my neck. I'd had pitch in my hair since Poppy tried to light it on fire when I was 10. The name pitch was for irony. It wouldn't catch fire like actual pitch. It would take ages to get it all out. I pushed up my long black sleeves and got to work. Darkly Sweet, Chapter 2. Which, I stood at the airport, hip-length strawberry blonde hair curling like crazy, as I waved goodbye to Revere, driving away in the nondescript gray sedan. I sucked on my lollip, specially packed with caffeine and sugar, so I'd be the bubbly macaroon I need to be. It was either that or kill everyone. I stood there beside Senior Mort's pink floral fabric-covered cage and my pink carry-on, facing the road, waiting for the limo. I didn't look at the kids coming towards me, pretending not to hear the guys, the driver's late, or the girl's muttered response. The white limo pulled up, and the driver came around, took off his white cap at us, and opened the back door. I stepped forward and bumped into the guy who happened to be Zachary Stoneborough. Ha! Like that kind of accident happens, I'd gotten in contact with one of my few friends. Friend is too strong a term, one of my clients who exchanged certain services for my less marketable goods in my darkly sweet shop. In other words, she wanted herders, and I wanted hacking. It was an extremely satisfying relationship. I pulled out my lollipop and gave him what I hoped was a sweet and shy smile. "Excuse me?" "This is my limo," he said, his dark brows lowering over his troubled blue eyes. But he sounded uncertain. I turned to the driver. "Do you know who ordered the limo?" He nodded and pulled out his phone. "One limo from the airport to Rosewood Academy, ordered by Stoneborough and Lane." "I'm Lane," I offered, but cocked my head, hesitating and widening my eyes at Zach adorably. "But who is Stoneborough?" "I'm Zachary Stoneborough." He stared at me while he ran a hand through his brown hair, longish like it needed a trim. I beamed at him and grabbed his hand, shaking it while his eyes went big and he blinked at me in shock and mild terror, echoing how my own heart pounded. I'd never touched a mage before. "I'm Penny Lane. It's so nice to meet you. Do you go to Rosewood? It's my school now, and I'm so excited to get to know everyone." He pulled away and nudged the girl, who looked about half as scary and morbid as I had a week before. Her hair was dyed black, her eyes lined with layers of black eyeliner and smudged into her lashes over her high-quality base that evened her skin tone. Her makeup was very subtle, giving the impression that she'd carelessly rolled out of bed looking like that. My makeup was more, of course, because I had color. Pink cheeks with high-gloss lips and sparkly eyeshadow. So much sparkle and bubbly color. I bounced and caught her hands. "Do you go to Rosewood too? I'm Penny Lane. It's so nice to meet you." She glared at me, her lips curling while her nails would have cut my palms if they hadn't been bitten to the quick. I hadn't chewed on my thumb since I'd thrown myself into becoming Penny Lane resident macaroon, and therefore my nails were in better shape. When I accidentally squeezed her hands back, she winced before jerking away. "That's Viney," Zach said after a long pause. "So, you go to Rosewood?" I nodded and sucked on my lollipop, trying to look seductively at him while also looking perky and cute. I'd practiced in my full-length mirror for hours, but it felt utterly ridiculous, particularly when I swished my super short skirt. His eyes widened as they darted down to my naked legs, tortuously waxed and polished with my best-selling lotion. "Deal with it," Viney said, shoving between us and climbing into the back seat of the limo. Zach looked at me apologetically. "Don't mind Viney. She doesn't deal very well with surprises. I think she's a little stressed." I blinked at him. Viney was perfectly fine as far as I could tell. I sucked on my lollipop before taking one last lick and cocking my head to study him. "Your girlfriend does seem a little bit tense. You should give her a back rub. I have the perfect lotion." He shook his blonde hair and backed away. "Viney's not my girlfriend. We're friends, more or less." "I'm sorry." I grimaced and bit my lower lip adorably. "This is kind of awkward." That is so strange that the same limo got scheduled for two different people, even if they are going to the same place. Why don't I take a taxi or a bus? "They have those here, don't they?" He shrugged and frowned at me before he gave me a slight smile. "Don't worry about it. If you don't mind riding with Viney, it doesn't make sense for you to take the bus to Fairfield and then the shuttle up to the school." With that, he ducked inside the limo while the limo driver finished putting stacks of luggage into the enormous trunk. I stood on the sidewalk, pretending to think about it before I swished my skirt one last time in case he was watching me out the window, picked up my bag and my cage, then ducked into the black interior. "Black and white like a checkerboard," I said as I settled across from Viney on the same bench Zach sat on. She sneered at me before looking out the window. Zach cleared his throat. So, you're new at Rosewood? What year are you? I'm a senior. I did homeschool and had private tutors. You know the whole crazy rich person thing. But for my last year, I wanted to try something new. So here I am. Lie. I'm so excited. It's going to be so fun to meet all the fabulous people. Double lie. He gave me a tight smile and a small nod before he leaned over his knees and kind of studied the floor. What's the school like? Don't worry, Penny. You'll fit in just right with all the crazy rich people. Viney glared at me, showing her teeth beneath her curled lips. I beamed at her and leaned forward, brushing Zach's pants leg with my own bare knee while I covered Viney's hands in mine. That is so sweet of you to say. Thank you, Viney. I'm so glad that I met you guys. I turned to Zach and gave him an enormous smile, close enough that I could smell his aftershave, and he certainly smelled my subtle floral perfume that was a natural mood enhancer. I stayed there for the count of 3 before I slid back into my seat so my short skirt flipped up higher on my thighs before I smoothed it back down. Did they notice my hands shaking? I was envious of Viney's black boots, so much like the boots I'd left behind. She wore them below her navy pants and a skull t-shirt with argyle vest and navy jacket, sleeves rolled up to show various bracelets with spikes and leather up her arm. The spikes went with her short hair that she'd mossed artfully. I love your hair, Viney. It's so authentic. I turned to Zach and put my hand on his knee. Do you know if there's a pet store in Fairfield? I'm not sure how long my supplies will last for Senior Mort. He blinked at me, and I pulled away my hand before he could push it off. A pet store. I think so. I bounced, flipping my skirt. I sucked on my lollipop because I needed a lot more sugar if I was going to keep this up for the entire ride to school. It should take 45 minutes. Pets aren't allowed at Rosewood. That was Viney. I felt the rock in my stomach. I had been trying to ignore get harder and bigger. No pets. Zach nodded. It's a school rule. But Senior is more of a service animal than a pet. That was true. I had him sample suspicious goods to make sure that they weren't poisoned. Didn't that count? The dorm lady doesn't mind, so long as it doesn't smell and doesn't make noise. They had to make the rule a few years ago, when some senior decided she wanted to breed alligators. I blinked at him and felt my actual, real smile for a second before I replaced it with my macaroon face. That's crazy. What happened? He spent a long time telling the story about the alligators getting out and causing a stampede while a few made it into the testing hall and disrupted the chem exam. He took a break to talk about the horrors of exam week and the dreadful chem exam in particular before he went back to the story of the alligators. It wasn't too much work to laugh a few times. He told a good story, and after he forgot to be self-conscious and stopped looking at Viney where she sat with her phone, he actually showed some personality that had been impossible to see from the photos. All in all, not bad. Finally, we got to a small town at the base of the hills, Fairfield, with a lot of cute shops, one with a dog bone under the sign. All the shops looked like they were from one of those happy movie sets, immaculate sidewalks, clear, vibrant colors, and people who smiled as they went about their work. It wasn't anything like the closest small town to the old lady. That had a ratty thrift store that made the big box store look high class in comparison. All the same, I'd loved that thrift store and the discount fabric store 30 miles away. I shook my head and smiled at Zach. This town is adorable. Does it have a candy shop? You'd be right at home in the gumball dispenser, Viney sneered. I smiled back at her because she was trying to be edgy. It was cute. I do like lollipops too much. My mother is always trying to get me to stop sucking on them. Lie! Like my mother cared. Do you want one? I pulled 2 out of my jacket and held them out to Vine and Zach. He took one while she sneered and turned away with her nose in the air. Her nose was really cute, kind of perky at the end. That nose would have helped my own look, although it didn't do much for hers. I had the urge to offer to switch noses, but she wouldn't get it. I unwrapped another lollipop and stuck it in my mouth. He made a weird face. "Is this coffee flavored?" He took it out and studied the dark color. "Tiramisu. It's my favorite dessert." "Truth, is it too weird?" He studied it for a few more seconds before he shrugged and stuck it back in his mouth, before he turned to me and gave me a slight smile around his white lollipop stick. He was nice. The rock in my stomach softened a little bit as we went to the base of the hills and through an elaborate arch over the road with rosewood and ironwork over the top. The trees grew close to the road, woods that seemed to beckon me to come and play, to have a picnic. I forgot to chat for most of the trip, until I got the first view of Rosewood. The online picture didn't show the enormous structure that I saw a flicker of through the trees. "It's huge." Viney made a rude sound. "What did you expect?" I blinked at her and kind of stammered. "Not Pemberley. I shall expect to find Mr. Darcy in a place like this." Her eyes widened and we stared at each other, kind of uncertain, before I looked away and flashed a smile at Zach. He was studying me, his eyebrows slightly close together, almost concerned. "So, you've been homeschooled your whole life?" I nodded. "You've never been in the company of peers before?" I cocked my head like I had to think about it before I shook my head. He shifted uncomfortably. "They can be difficult to get along with, sometimes impossible. If you get on the wrong side of one of the popular kids, you can have a really horrible experience." He sounded so passive, not like they will torture you, but like it was your fault somehow for other people being jerks, hanging you in a tree and then beating the crap out of you when you have the nerve to fall out. I shrugged. "I'm sure it'll be fine." Lie. I mean, I already have 2 tentative friends, so how bad could it be? Are you one of the popular kids at school, Zach? He looked horrified before he laughed and shook his head. "No. I'm not interested in that kind of thing. It's a balancing act. It takes a lot of concentration to stay on the top of a stack of volcanoes. Popularity is a waste of time. It turns people who would otherwise be worth something into worthless non-people." I kind of winced at Viney before I forced a smile. It was just such a bad use of English. That's so true. Those non-people are the worst. "Are you sure you don't want a lolly, Vine? I have some mulled cider ones that you might like." "I want one of those," Zach said, and I dug in my bag for one. Viney studied me for a long time before she shrugged and rolled her eyes. "I don't hate tiramisu. I'll try one." I handed her one and unwrapped my own special calming brew flavored like lavender, St. John's wort, melissa, and dirt. The rock reformed in my stomach as the limo pulled up in front of a brick building separated from the main structure by an enormous field where people milled around in their school uniforms, holding bags and glittering with fancy jewelry. I wanted to light the limo on fire as a diversion before I skulked to my room and hid there for the rest of the year. Instead, I took a deep, calming breath and smiled at Zach. "I guess we're here. Do you know where Lilac Dorm is?" "You're kidding me." Viney's snarl practically dripped venom. I gave her my most innocent and sweet look. Okay, it wasn't even my look. It was completely somebody else's because I didn't have an innocent and sweet anything. I'm in Lilac Wing, room 108. That's the haunted wing. Viney's eyes glinted with anticipation as she leaned forward. No one lasts very long in lilac stories. Zach cleared his throat. "That's where our rooms are, actually. Ghosts don't bother us very much." I looked from him to her and then burst out laughing. "Very funny, guys. Are you serious about being in the Lilac Wing? What a crazy coincidence. This is going to be so much fun." I opened the limo door and got out, stretching before I grabbed Senior Mort's cage and my bag. I smiled at Zach while he sat there hesitating. Would you show me the way to my room? I'm sorry if that's too much. I mean, you were willing to share a ride, but... Of course. We'll take you to the room. Viney slid over, and I had to back up quickly to keep from being knocked over by her. She was shorter than me, but kind of like a cannonball. I smiled and followed the two, Zach seeming to get more and more uncomfortable the closer we got to the building where more people stared at us. Zach didn't meet anyone's gaze, but I was bubblegum, so I sucked on my lolly and waved and smiled at absolutely everyone who met my eyes, plus some who didn't. I was so busy smiling and waving that I didn't quite realize that I had broken an unspoken circle of popularity until the crowd became silent in an ominous way. I glanced around, but Zach and Viney had stopped walking, letting me wander into the middle of the most beautiful and well-manicured set of people I'd ever seen. It was like they were all movie stars carefully prepped for the red carpet. I couldn't help but stare at them, kind of fascinated, at the tall and muscular blonde guy who had 2 girls hanging on his every word. But his words, from what I could tell, were eloquent and clever, if tinged with a touch of the sardonic. He saw me staring at him, and a flash of predator came over his features before he glanced down at the blonde he'd been entertaining, then walked over to me the few steps before we were a foot apart, too close for a casual meeting, and the way he looked down his nose at me, the way he studied me, like he was analyzing every piece of me to see how well I'd been put together. Well, I really wanted to light his perfectly tailored coat on fire and watch him run around the green screaming. The image made me smile as I took out the lolly. Hi, I'm Penny. Let me see if I can remember your name from the website. Drake. Somehow, I was certain that me comparing him to the incomparable would really irritate him. I have instincts like that sometimes. His eyes narrowed while the blonde girl tittered and then slapped her hand over her mouth, while the guy studied me up and down like I was a pretty piece of pie. I returned the favor, glancing up and down his body the way he did mine. Was this normal? It felt weird. You have nice legs, he said, moving a little bit closer. I struggled to stand my ground without shoving the end of my lollipop through his eye socket. I licked my lips. Thanks. They're super long. You have really nice hair. It's as yellow as dandelions. I stuck my lolly back in my mouth and stared at him with my most charming look. How dare you? The girl's hiss came right before someone shoved me from the side. It wasn't a docile, girly push, but a serious rugby player shove, and I went over while my back whiplashed. I hit someone's legs, bony knees, and shins, and then I was lying on the ground. Well, he was on the ground, and I was on his legs with my head on his thigh area, pressed against his extremely nice wool pants. Seasonless wool, you know, the good stuff. I blinked up past his crotch to the face beyond. An exquisite face of pale, creamy skin, dark, glittering green eyes framed by a crown of fire that fell over his forehead like a tumble of volcano stuff. Lava. Right. There were words for things. The rock in my stomach exploded and shattered my whole body with volcano shrapnel. I froze there in that incredibly awkward position, staring at the most beautiful and evil mage in the entire universe. It took me a second to find words. Hi, I'm Penny. He quirked an arched eyebrow that he had to tweeze to get so perfect. I'm Drake. Jackson doesn't like being mistaken for me. It's the red hair. He'd hate people to think that he had a temper. His voice was as beautiful as the rest of him, smooth and silky, like his skin and hair, but beneath the silk was a layer of steel, the kind used for medieval racks and other implements of torture. His voice was torture, all of him the most cruel trick played on women since the beginning of time. Someone that beautiful should be thrown into a lake of bubbling hot lava. Or a volcano. What? I had said that out loud. He blinked, narrowed his dark eyes, then nodded. Oh, good, because he'd said something about having a temper. And that was practically like a volcano. Macaroons and bonbons, truffles and bacon strudel, lollipops and ding-dongs. Or a volcano. You're new to our school. It wasn't a question and it wasn't an accusation. I wasn't sure what it was. A challenge? No challenges. Ice cream cones, petite fours, not volcanoes, or anything else explosive. I smiled and nodded while my heart pounded and fluttered and my stomach tried to recover from the shrapnel thing. While I tried to catch my breath, I caught his scent, musk and grass, with a dash of something sweet and dark. You're on top of me. Are you going to stay there all day? His voice was amused and full of something mocking that sent a flush of pure, unadulterated shame through me. I gasped and scrambled off him while my cheeks burned. I was supposed to avoid Drake and every other mage like him. I was here to find a husband. Not get involved with the king of wicked mages, the guy who tormented Zack, who I was going to marry. I was still mixed up. I should want to stab his eye with the end of my lolly, not loiter on his trousers. I glanced down and there was my lollipop, fused to his trousers. I used my long arms to my advantage, quickly snagged the lolly, and stuck it in my mouth. He froze while I backed off, gave him as much of a smile as I could with something shoved in my face. It was supposed to calm me down. But if I didn't get out of there very, very soon, I was going to find out who had pushed me and I would rip off their face and terrify absolutely everyone, including Zack, who I was going to marry. My heart pounded in my chest as I searched for the cage I'd dropped in the scuffle. Jackson had it, had Senior Mort, holding the cage high. I studied him and then glanced at Drake, who was watching me intently. I hated him watching me, hated how aware I was of him, and, even though he wasn't my opponent in this battle, hated turning my back on him. Macaroon, I reminded myself as I swung around to Jackson. I jammed my lollipop in his mouth and leapt to snag the cage, landing without mishap in my heels with Senior Mort, who was hopefully only shaken up and not completely unhinged. From the scuffling beneath the floral cover, unhinged was coming really fast. "So nice to meet all of you," I sang as I broke out of the perfect circle with my cage swinging in a dangerous arc that kept back any other would-be rugby players. Senior Mort wasn't the only one close to unhinged. Darkly Sweet, Chapter 3. Which? I had to find my way to Lilac Dorm on my own. Apparently, my encounter with the glossy, high-maintenance clique took too much time for Viney and Zack. I knew that Viney had intentionally thrown me into the lion's den, probably to watch the ensuing hilarity, which, if it hadn't been me, would have been pretty awesome. Watching me knock over the most beautifully vile creature in the world, since it was me. Not so great, in fact, pretty much the most humiliating thing ever. What had that been? I hate him, I muttered to myself as I walked around aimlessly. I hung onto the manic smile while the caffeine made me bounce from one wall to another until I found the wing off a large hall with a small plaque, Lilac Stories. I was practically home. I walked down the cream-pillared hall until I reached a large lilac room. All right, let's get right into how nauseating a room looks utterly swathed in lilac. There weren't any windows in the room, but that didn't stop someone from hanging velvet lilac drapes on the wall over pastoral scenes that were again lilac, lilac shrubs, lilac sheep, with a splash or two of eggplant to keep things nauseating. I mean interesting. A TV screen hung over an amethyst-studded purple granite fireplace on the far wall. My 4 enormous trunks were stacked outside of what must have been my room, and Vine stood with Zack, staring like they'd never seen 19th century shipping trunks before. Lilac did not look good on me. There you are. And here is my luggage. What time is dinner, do you know? Is this my key? I ripped off the key that was taped to the white painted door and held the large, old-fashioned thing in my hands. I could unpick a lock that took this kind of key in the dark, blindfolded, with my hands tied behind my back, while juggling octopuses. Well, weasels anyway. I smiled as I spotted the package on top of one of the trunks. My real lock had come, being the kind of person I was, and knowing that Viney was a little bit like me, there was no way I'd ever sleep anywhere close to her without making certain my person was completely inaccessible. These are all yours. What did you pack? A kitchen? Viney's brilliance was wearing on my nerves. I beamed brightly. That's right. I'm going to go bake a batch of cookies right now. What kind of cookies do you like? Zach, can you help me with this end? Thanks. Yeah? Watch your fingers. I got all the trunks in my room with very little space to spare, even though the room was large. I wasn't in the same dorm as Zach on accident. Viney was suspicious. But if she wasn't his girlfriend, then she shouldn't mind if I married him. If she did mind, I would bake her into cookies. When is dinner? I asked Zach when he backed away from me towards his own room. The dining room is open from 5:30 until 7. When are you going? He stared at me, kind of uncomfortable, before he glanced at Viney, who was studiously pretending like I didn't exist while she fiddled with her phone. Maybe 6. Great. I'll see you then. It was so nice to meet you. I headed to my room, closing my door firmly before I unwrapped the package and installed a security system that might even keep Poppy out. I barely finished up at 5:50, but when I closed the door and looked around, no Zach and no Viney. I knocked on their doors. Nothing. So after pushing back my long, adorably curly hair, I stuck a lollipop in my mouth and headed down the hall toward the main building. It was easy enough to find the dining hall. First, all the students were flowing in that general direction. Second, it smelled like food, and I was hungry. Starving. The dining room was a lot like my dining room at home times 20, with long tables and windows that looked out on a well-groomed garden. As I walked in, Viney and Zach walked towards me on their way out. Viney smiled at me, apparently jubilant that she'd managed to eat in a half an hour so she could leave with Zach before I'd arrived. Was this a challenge? I smiled at her sweetly. Oh no, you guys are leaving already. Oh well, I'll see you later. Maybe we can hang out after I finish unpacking. I patted Zach's shoulder and waved at Viney before walking cheerfully over to the line where people waited to make their high-class selections. Hi, I'm Penny. I loudly introduced myself to the people in front of me. They were a girl and a boy who were somewhere beneath the glossies in their grooming habits, but definitely above Zach. The girl rolled her eyes while the guy leaned towards me. Penny? Is that your regular fee? Because the way you threw yourself at Drake? The girl elbowed him and turned, trying to ignore me and him. I stared at him while I sucked on my lollipop. Lavender and dirt, before I smiled brightly. I was nice, super nice, and I didn't break people into pieces for looking at me wrong. Oh no, Penny is my name, I said slowly so he could understand. It's so horrible that I wrinkled his pants. They were really nice. I hope they didn't get grass-stained. What's the best thing to eat here? The girl pointedly ignored me while the guy stared blatantly at my legs. I'd wanted to look cute and nice, but that look in his eyes wasn't nice at all. I sucked on my lollipop and swished my skirt so it went up even higher. His eyes widened for a second before he took a half step closer to me, like a predator after a sweet bit of flesh. Suddenly, the guy stopped snickering and turned around, his face blank. It was like he suddenly remembered that his mother was deathly ill in the hospital of something really gruesome and slow, like sepsis or gangrene, or where all your guts spill out on the ground steaming. You could try the rosemary garlic lamb unless you're a vegetarian. A guy's voice pulled around me, low, hot, and fragrant at the same time. Not like evisceration, except kind of exactly like that. His voice gutted me. It took me a second to realize that I was holding my breath while my heart pounded and my skin kind of went all tight. I inhaled sharply before I slowly and cautiously turned around. Drake stood behind me, no closer or further from anyone else in line, but it seemed like he was far too close, and possibly even more beautiful than the first time I'd seen him. I stared at him stupidly. His supple mouth, strong jaw, straight nose, dark eyes flecked with green, with the red hair and a different mussy style, after I'd ruined his first one probably. He opened his soft lips to say something brilliant. "The line has moved." I nodded slowly until I realized what he'd said, and then whirled around to find that indeed the line had moved, and I had not. "Haven't you ever stood in line before?" He sounded amused. I was going to light him on fire and force him to eat a tray if he sounded amused again. I struggled to hang on to my smile as I nodded and quickly caught up with the end of the line. "Of course, I've gone to movies. There are lines at the movie usually, especially for popcorn. Do you like popcorn? I think it tastes like plastic, but I really like it. I love the way they call it. Butter, like soy-based mononitrates, can possibly be related to actual butter. I'm sorry for knocking you down. I always say I'm just like a ballerina without any grace." I inhaled deeply because it didn't seem like I could stop the mindless yammering otherwise. I gave him a quick smile while he stared back, face bored. "I don't think you're anything like a ballerina." I winced and then faced forward just in time to take a large clump of potatoes to the back of my head. My head jerked forward and kind of pulled my neck. It would take forever to wash potatoes out of my hair. I sighed and rubbed it out, not bothering to turn around and see who had thrown it while I licked potatoes off my fingers. Potatoes' assault was so much lovelier than trying to talk to the revoltingly drool-worthy mage. Who knew that potatoes could have so much recoil splatter? I glanced cautiously back at Drake and saw him dabbing at his school blazer with a handkerchief, a small rose embroidered in the corner of the white square. I wanted to feel satisfied that potatoes dared touch the perfection that was Drake Huntsman, but he looked utterly delicious in potatoes. My traitorous mouth actually watered. "Oh, I'm so sorry. It should wash out, though, right? Potatoes don't really seem like something that would stain." He glanced back up at me. "Why are you apologizing for being hit?" Something about the way he said that reminded me of my mother. The way she asked me why I'd done something particularly stupid if she happened to notice me. I shrugged while I struggled to hang on to my vacuous smile. "It wouldn't have hit me if I weren't so tall. I know that you think I'm not much like a ballerina, but I have very long limbs, a long neck, and a long torso. So it's your fault for being too tall." His lips curled deliciously. I wanted to touch his lips and see if they were as soft as they looked. I shrugged again, while I forced myself to study his strong, slender hands wiping off potatoes instead of staring at his lips. "Just because I'm sorry doesn't mean it's my fault. Just that I'm sad for you. Responsibility should be something you accept. Something you ask for. Empathy is free." Empathy for Drake Huntsman. Ha! I felt bad for his jacket, though. That jacket was so beautifully cut, shaped perfectly to his exquisite shoulders. No, not his shoulders, his jacket. "Penny, keep it together." He narrowed his eyes at me. "Do you know what Harold meant?" "Who?" He nodded towards the guy whose leer had miraculously vanished once Drake came on the scene. Like Drake was the big predator, and all the other animals had to turn over the easy prey to him. I was prey. That was funny. I did want to give that impression, though. I needed a mage to think that he'd caught me. Not Drake Huntsman. I wasn't stupid enough to think I could play that game with him and come out of it heart and soul intact. Not with how stupid I was around him right off the bat. "Fee, like for my stand-up routine?" "More like your fall-down routine." He smirked and leaned a little bit closer. He didn't stare at my legs, though. He seemed to only see my eyes like he was searching for all of my secrets and inadequacies, those far more interesting to him than a pair of legs, however long and well lotioned. Oh! I racked my brain for something sweet and clever, but I was all out of dialogue, smart or otherwise. He was waiting for me to show my cards, to become one of the squealing rabbits who wanted to hang on every word and look, make it last forever. Was I doing that? I turned around just in time to move along with the line. I tried not to notice him right behind me, but my heart was pounding in my chest, not unlike a frightened little rabbit. He was just so beautiful. I wanted to gaze at him like an unearthly perfect piece of art. I should put my skirt on him so I could ogle his legs. I admit that I've very rarely been swept off my feet as thoroughly as this afternoon. What's your secret? His voice was low, intimate. Like this was a private conversation, not a few words exchanged in the middle of a moving line. I guess when you fall down a lot, like me, the secret is to get back up again. How long does it usually take your partner to get back up again? The girl in front of me made a choking sound. I wrinkled my nose and turned around. I don't have a partner. I'm sorry if I gave the impression of intentionally falling on you or something, but I assure you that I had absolutely no intention knocking you down or touching you at all. Ever. I really hope that your wool is okay, and you, of course. I hope that nothing's bruised. He put a hand to his chest with a dramatic sweep. You bruise my heart. I tell you that our encounter made an impression, and you discount it as nothing. His eyes filled with tears while his lips quivered. I rubbed the back of my neck when I really wanted to bite my thumbnail off or his head. Macaroons. I was a macaroon. His eyes were really green when he gazed at me like that, filled with turbulent emotion like I'd actually hurt him. I licked my lips. I'm sorry. I don't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm sure you're very nice, but your shins were really bony. He curled his mouth in a half smile while the moisture in his eyes vanished. Everyone's shins are bony. Apparently you need to fall on a few more men so you can appreciate the wonderfulness of my shins. I've had poems written about them, reams and reams. The line has once more moved ahead without you, my pretty penny. I turned around and hurried to catch the end of the line, my emotions still whiplashed from his apparent ability to produce tears and emotions at will. Just as I suspected, more diabolical than anything I'd ever encountered. I had to stay far, far away from him. He disturbed me on pretty much every level. He was the epitome of everything I'd sworn I would never fall for the way that Poppy. Thinking about her certainly made me stiffen up and stop trying to smell him. He had the most tantalizing scent, like musk and a hint of cherries. Black cherries. I focused on dinner, on the beautiful rosemary garlic lamb and the lovely potatoes that I intended to eat instead of getting pummeled with. Good choice, he murmured before he took his plate and walked off to a small table at the corner with only 2 chairs. I did not follow him, even though it took me a few seconds to stop looking at him walk in that easy swagger that made his hips look particularly narrow and his shoulders perfectly strong and wide. I shook my head and took my plate to the middle of a long table where I could get knocked and bumped by everyone who walked by, picking up more delicious things in my hair. I would have to wash it, but later after I'd unpacked. I had a lot of unpacking to do, and I wouldn't be able to relax until I'd lit something on fire. Darkly Sweet, Chapter 4. Which? Sunday afternoon, the day before classes started, I was finally finished with the forest bower that was my bedroom, except for the swing. Close enough. I stood back and admired my bed where it hung from the ceiling, draped in curtains and tapestries that hadn't fit on the walls. My Bunsen burners and tubes, jars, blender and mortar and pestle were neatly arranged on shelves with enough headspace I could actually use them there, while the table that took the place of the old desk was a charming drop leaf that I'd arranged between my swing bed and the chair that had come with the desk. I'd set the table with Grandmama's pink lace tablecloth and glass tea set, with beautiful pink rose china. I checked my reflection in the elaborate mirror, the edges carved with branches and leaves, and nodded at myself. I had piled my hair up on my head in an elaborate updo, studded with red and pink roses and cupcakes, suitable for a candy duchess, while my dress, pink with red ruffles and trim, had an even shorter skirt than my pleated school uniform. I looked ridiculous, particularly with my bright red lips, rosy cheeks, and fake eyelashes. But hopefully it would make an impression on Zach, the good kind. My heart pounded as I opened the door and clasped my hands in their little lace glovelets. I smiled at Zach and Viney where they sat on a couch, Zach holding a guitar and Vine a screen. I cleared my throat and they both looked over at me. I beamed at them. I would like to invite you to my tea party to celebrate the completion of my woodland boudoir. Viney choked on her laugh, staring at me like I'd sprouted an extra head, which my enormous hair admittedly might look like if you squinted. Zach's eyes widened, but he didn't seem disgusted. He looked at Viney, waiting for her reaction. That look was a problem. He waited for her to tell him what he thought. I'd have to displace her as the female he followed like a good little puppy. Would I have to kill her? No, that would be too easy. It took her a minute for her sputtering shock to fully transform into contemptuous derision. A tea party? Do we look like 5-year-olds? What are you wearing? You look like a bonbon. I took a deep breath and beamed at her. Oh, bonbons. I love bonbons, but I didn't get any. Just macaroons and ladyfingers. I don't really know any 5-year-olds, but I think that they would be even shorter than you, Vine. So, do you guys want to come? Viney stood up and grabbed Zach, pulling him up with her. No, we're playing video games. It's really important, she snickered again, not bothering to cover her mouth or pretend like she wasn't laughing at me. I stood there and tried to compose a poem inside my head about macaroons, so that I didn't break Zach's guitar over Viney's head and strangle her with the strings. Macaroons could come in pink balloons, and you could eat them with a spoon. But the true joy of a macaroon is stuffing them in eye sockets after you've ripped out someone's eyeballs. What kind of tea are you having? I looked past Viney, who had come to a sudden halt, and saw Drake by the door wearing a black jacket that was way too gorgeous to be a school uniform. Whoever made his jackets was a master. It took me a long time to realize he'd asked me a question as he walked into the common room, filling up the space with his dominant energy. Zach paled when he looked at Drake. The look on Zach's face, the memory of him dangling like an ornament before Drake beat the crap out of him, spurred me to action. I leapt between Zach and Drake, my arms outspread like a vulture about to strike. Not a vulture. I wasn't going to wait for Drake to die before I struck. What are you doing here? My voice came out wrong. I expected angry, fierce, but instead it was breathy and high-pitched. Drake stared at me, withering me with that look, because I was an idiot to think that he'd wear that jacket to beat the crap out of someone. I lowered my arms and edged away from Drake. He smelled good enough that I got confused about whether I wanted to bite him or light him on fire. That depends on the tea. His green eyes glinted as he smiled, his lips curling slowly, decadently, while my stomach tightened for no rational reason. Macaroons. Cupcakes. Cheesecake. I fixed the smile on my face and forced myself to focus. I had to be cute and nice, even if my heart pounded and adrenaline rushed through my body in fight or flight response. Mostly fight. The tea is orange bergamot. It's weird. Viney and Zach are going to play video games, so no tea party. He glanced at Zach, arching an eyebrow before he shrugged. I was going to have Zach teach me a guitar lesson. If he's going to be busy, then I'm willing to be the perfect guest at your little tea party. I stared at him, at the way he gazed back at me evenly, like he was challenging me to not freak out and smash his face against a table. He'd noticed me leaping between him and Zach. He thought it was funny. Called my tea party little, like I was a 5-year-old or something. I'd left the door of my room open. While I tried to think of some reason he couldn't possibly come to my little tea party, he walked languidly towards the door like no girl in her right mind would ever turn down anything he offered. Luckily for me, I wasn't in my right mind, but I didn't want Zach to know that. No. Drake couldn't come to the party I'd prepped so carefully for the guy I was going to marry, but I couldn't just scream at him to get out and never come back. Wait, you're not wearing a hat. Your jacket is lovely, but what kind of tea party would it be if the gentlemen didn't wear hats? He smiled slightly as I walked over to him. He ran his fingers over the red ruffle on my bodice, a simple, quick movement that completely paralyzed me. His voice was low, mesmerizing while he leaned close, breath fanning across my parted lips. I'm sure someone who created something this elaborate can make me a hat without any effort. My heart pounded and black cherry scent overwhelmed everything. I backed away from him, stumbling into my open doorway. I guess I could make you a hat. I stopped and held out my hand, palm on his chest. There are rules. You can't grab anything. He smiled slightly as he leaned closer, putting pressure on my wrist as I tried to hold him back. He wasn't really pushing, just letting his weight press against me, so I could feel the muscular outline of his chest beneath his suit. What kind of tea parties are you used to? His voice was low, and the way he said that made my skin prickle. I chewed on my lip and tried to give him a stern look that wasn't a glare. I wasn't sure how well I pulled that off, because my whole body was doing this dancing, rebelling thing from being so close to this decadent piece of pie. I need you to promise. It's important. He shrugged and gave me a devilish look, leaning even closer. I promise that I won't grab anything until you beg me to. I couldn't say anything as he brushed past me, into my glorious bower. I glanced at Viney and Zach, hopeful for a moment, before I let the door swing closed between us. Darkly Sweet, Chapter 5. Which? I stared at Drake while he looked around my room, walking over to examine all my tubes and jars, the tapestry between the glass and the window, the security system attached to that window, the greenery hanging all over, and then the bed. He spent a long time staring at the bed before he pushed it and sent it rocking gently back and forth. I tried to feel something other than panic, anger, and the ridiculous awareness I had for him. Finally, he finished his circuit and came back to me where I stood, trying not to frown. Macaroons, bonbons, truffles. He was such a delicious package of poison. Is this supposed to be a swing? He bent down and held up one side of the rope that I hadn't been able to talk the maintenance guys into hanging. They were angry enough after they had to hang up some stupid princess's bed from the high ceiling. They weren't about to hang a swing too. Not at the moment. I'm trying to convince myself that a bed swing is enough, but I'm not sure I'm buying it. He stood up on the chair and stretched up and up, tapping at the ceiling like he was doing Morse code. He wasn't. I was very adept at Morse, and there was no way he was saying horse nuts. Horse nuts, horse nuts. Unless he was... I giggled slightly and earned a sharp look from him. Aren't you going to make me a hat? The whole thing was beyond ridiculous. If I wasn't going to light him on fire, I'd have to pretend to be the sweet and slightly idiotic girl everyone would learn to love. If I wanted a nice mage, I had to be a nice witch. Right. I stopped staring at him and pulled a trunk out from under my bed, with sewing and other magery things in it. I found some red felt and some paperboard for the hat frame. And then I was ready, but I needed to measure his head. He'd taken off his jacket, and his long, lean body stretched above me, chest outlined beneath his white shirt. He was using a pocket knife, a Swiss Army knife to be exact, to screw my swing into the ceiling. I swallowed before I could ask, "Can I measure your head?" He looked down at me, giving me an arch look. "You expect me to allow such a double standard when you made it so clear that I can't touch you." He glanced down at my bodice, reminding me of his fingers so close to my chest. I blushed. I could feel my cheeks get hot, and my fair skin blushed beautifully. "Your head couldn't possibly be as large as it looks. For the sake of a well-fitting hat." I flinched because saying he had a big head, while something I found funny, was definitely an insult, and I wasn't going to waste all this energy pretending to be delightful, only to spoil it on weak slurs. His lips twitched. "Fine." He stepped down off the chair and bent forward, but I lifted his chin, straightening his shoulders before I stood on my tiptoes and wrapped my tape around his crown. I didn't notice how strong and broad his shoulders were, how close I was to him with my elbows propped on his shoulders and my bodice brushing his suit coat. No, I focused on the feel of plastic inches in my fingers as I added the right amount of ease and pinched the tape before turning away only slightly breathless. Was that so bad? He cleared his throat before he shrugged and climbed back on the chair. "You smell different." I glanced over my shoulder at him, but he wasn't looking at me. His focus was entirely on the ceiling, and the effort needed to screw something in with a Swiss Army knife. I smelled like a subtle floral mixed with a slight aphrodisiac, because this whole thing was supposed to be a romantic tea party to get Zach to marry me. Not everyone can smell like black cherries. He cleared his throat, but kept standing there with his arms up, working on my swing. "Who smells like black cherries?" I stared at him, because I didn't understand what he was talking about. Not because I liked looking at him. Not Senior Mort. "Do you like the way I smell because I can give you my lotion if you're tired of black cherry? In fact, I'll trade you. Black cherry is one of my favorites." He flicked a glance in my direction, a look that made my stomach coil into a ball of something explosive. "You like the way I smell, Penny Lane. What else do you like about me?" I blinked and blushed and wanted to hot glue the hat to his face. "Nothing. I mean, you seem perfectly nice, but you're not really my type." "No offense. I like black cherry, not you." He nodded with a smooth expression like that explained everything, but there was still a glimmer in his eyes that said it didn't explain anything, and that I was secretly completely aware of how incredibly delectable and delicious he was. At least he didn't fake tears again. I shook my head and focused on stapling the base of his hat together, then plugged in my glue gun, while I knelt on the floor in my ridiculous dress. It was ridiculous, and yet I kind of liked it. It had been my favorite tea party dress back when Poppy. He laughed, and the sound wiped away everything dark in the world. I looked up at him where he stood, surrounded by dangling leaves I'd wrapped around the swing ropes. I stared at him, and the knot in my stomach tightened like a corset so I couldn't breathe. Then hot glue dripped on my fingers. I hissed and looked away from him, focusing on the hat. I put much more concentration into it than was strictly necessary for a one-time hat, but I needed to focus on my hands, so I didn't focus on his. The laugh apparently signified that he'd finished hanging the swing. He sat down on it, watching me until my hands shook, traitorous things, and I finally finished the hat, tying a pink ribbon around it with a few roses and cupcakes that matched the ones in my hair. He would look ridiculous in a red and pink hat. I stood and placed it on his head. He swung forward and his knees brushed my bare legs. I stumbled back with that stupid blush again. When I glanced down, I could see my entire chest had turned pink above the bodice. I should have worn something higher. Not that I had a lot of décolletage or anything, but still I did not need Drake to see the weird places he made me blush. "Stay right there. I'll move over the tea table." I held my hands up, needing him to stay in place so I could get some distance. Some space. I'll help. He ignored the whole stay there thing and grabbed one side of the table, lifting it over to the swing so someone could swing and drink tea at the same time. He offered me the swing and I was tempted. But I couldn't be swinging when my most important guest hadn't arrived yet. I would have to swing and drink tea after he'd left and after I'd lit something on fire. On the table, I rearranged the plates and tea things, poured Drake a cup of orange bergamot, moved over the stacked serving tray full of delicious goodies, and then got down my cage from where I'd hung it in the corner between the bed and the window. I put it on the table and untied the edges of the floral cover and opened the gate so that Senior Mort could slink out looking dignified and unamused. He sniffed the air and, with his beady brown eyes, studied Drake for a long moment. Finally, he scampered across the table between plates and saucers to the small chair where he curled up and lifted the small teacup in his little paws, opened his mouth, and took a sip. I exhaled and took my own seat, while Drake leaned forward to stare at my pet weasel. It was a little bit funny because Drake's hair was a lot like Senior's coat, and their eyes were both glistening dark and dangerous. Drake whistled softly as I broke up a ladyfinger and slid the pieces carefully onto Senior Mort's little platter. Senior Mort, meet Mr. Huntsman. Drake glanced at me, then back at the weasel. How do you do, Senior Mort? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. He turned to me and whispered, Why isn't he wearing a hat? Doesn't he know that there's a dress code? I choked on my tea and took a second to answer after I cleared my throat. Senior Mort is still a little bit testy after his recent adventures. He only puts up with his vest and hat when he's in a very good mood. Drake grinned as he picked up his teacup, the tiny thing ridiculous and delicate in his large hands. I see. Well, since he's not feeling well, I suppose we have to make allowances. I smiled at him, then buried my face in the scent of bergamot and orange. It was fine to smile at him, but only to cover up a glare. Not because he was funny. Do you have tea parties often? I looked up at him over my steaming cup of orange tea. I used to. My grandmama loved them. She would dress up in pink feather boas and enormous hats. I took a slow sip, focusing on the color of the liquid, golden, deep, and rich, like roasted orange peels. I missed her so much. She was the only one who didn't think it was stupid and infantile to have tea parties and wear elaborate gowns. I should have known that Zach wouldn't like tea parties. I was too weird. That's what your outfit needs, a feather boa. He shook his head and a soft smile fluttered across his face. I took a bite of a cookie, chewing slowly, while I stared at the table, my gaze drawn towards Drake, his fingers pinching a crumb before he carried it to his parted lips. I inhaled cookie and coughed for a minute before I smiled brightly. What are you doing here? He raised an eyebrow. Well, yeah, because my face expression didn't match the slight accusation in those words. Zach was going to give me a guitar lesson. Didn't I say that? I took a deep sip of tea and then clinked my teacup back down in a hopefully ladylike expression of distaste. I had a conversation with Mr. Stoneborough explicitly about how he felt regarding the crowd with which you associate. A sexy smile flitted over his lips before he licked them. Do you always talk so elegantly at your tea parties? I gripped a butter knife tightly, then picked up a scone and buttered it, instead of shoving the curved end through his throat. Always. Why would you want Zach to give you lessons if you aren't friends? He raised an eyebrow archly. Zachary informed you that we weren't bosom friends. I'm shocked and appalled. What word would you use, flabbergasted or flummoxed? I exhaled slowly while I pressed the knife against the table. He was trying to be annoying. The trouble was, something about him made me want to smile, maybe even giggle. He was kind of funny, extremely charming, and utterly irresistible. So, You're saying that the two of you are friendly? Maybe he was talking about other extremely popular students that he didn't get along with. He shrugged elegantly, looking seriously attractive instead of ridiculous beneath the brim of his red top hat. It's possible. You take music lessons from your friends? I may not be the finest musician in the world, but I'm very good at practicing. I stared at him, trying to make out something genuine in his expression. He looked beautiful, but something else, something wild and untamed, like Señor Mort, who I focused on instead of Drake. Was it possible for Drake Huntsman to actually think that hanging Zack from a tree and then beating him up when it didn't kill him was friendly? But Zack hadn't seemed terrified of him, had he? I'd forgotten to pay very much attention to Zack once I'd seen Drake. It wasn't my fault. I was genetically predisposed to be mindlessly attracted to the most dangerous, wicked, seductive, and amoral man I could possibly find. The only way around it was to find another man who wasn't half as hypnotizing and marry him instead. How much I liked looking at Drake, hearing him, smelling him. Well, that told me everything I needed to know about him, as if I didn't know enough already. The rest of the tea party went along as well as could be expected until Señor Mort knocked a macaroon off his plate, and Drake thoughtlessly, reached out to put it back. No, I said, but there was nothing to do besides what any good host would do, and that was cover his hand and the macaroon, while Señor Mort sank his lovely teeth into me. Drake froze while I held my hand still and picked up the cage with my other hand, setting it on the table for Señor Mort to scamper into. I dropped the door closed and set it on the floor before I looked up at Drake. He stared at my hand, which was still over his, while my blood trickled down between our fingers, staining both of us pink. I'm so glad I picked those colors. Pink and red are always a good idea. I pressed my lips in a thin line because the scent of blood went so beautifully with black cherry. He looked and smelled utterly edible, so much so that my mouth watered and my teeth ached to sink into his skin. He took a handkerchief out of his pocket, the one with the rose on the corner, and wrapped it around my hand with his, still slick with my red blood. Is it bad? I inhaled that intoxicating scent before I shifted my fingers to see if I could gauge the depth of the injury, rubbing against his skin in the process. Probably a level 4 bite. I don't think it will need stitches, but it might leave a scar. I sounded distant, dreamy. I needed to focus on whipping up an incredible lotion and putting on a disinfectant. But with him leaning over the tea table, the glovelets and lace cloth specked with my blood, I couldn't seem to do anything other than stare at him with my heart pounding in my throat, mouth watering, and teeth aching. He frowned at me, a sudden furious lowering of his eyebrows that made me sit back, pulling my hand away from his. His frown lessened as he studied my hand while he slid his own to his lap. That's what you meant about not grabbing. I nodded. It's my fault. I should have been more specific. He shook his head. I've never been to any party with a weasel. It's my fault for my lack of sophistication and inability to follow simple instructions. I shrugged. It's fine. Unless you'd like more tea, I kind of need to clean up and wash out the bite, and... He stood up and started stacking plates. Go ahead. I'll take care of things here. I stood there with his handkerchief tied on my hand, hesitating because I couldn't trust him not to destroy everything in my room. There was part of him that liked to needlessly destroy things. I knew that desire intimately and could recognize it in him as well as his need to create, to bring order and beauty to something. He'd hung my swing like someone who knew how to use his hands. He could build up and tear down. Which was he in the mood for right now? I shook my head while I grabbed my little tin med kit out of my trunk and headed to the bathroom. I would take my chances because I needed to clean and dress my wound almost as much as I needed to get distance from his mouth-watering perfection. I stared at my reflection in the mirror while pink water swirled down the sink drain. I couldn't tell if I looked pretty or not. I just looked strange, like cotton candy brought to life. Cotton candy was pretty, though. and so nice to taste as it dissolved on your tongue. I needed something on my tongue that did not taste like black cherry. Finally, I turned off the water, dried my hand, put on a poultice, and bandaged it up. When I opened the bathroom door to my bedroom, the dishes were washed and stacked in their space beside my brewing things, and the table was pushed back against the wall. The lace tablecloth, the only thing missing. Other than Drake, of course. Signor hung once more in his place, and when I checked on him, he blinked at me sleepy from gorging on lady fingers and my flesh. Signor, I know you don't like strangers, but biting someone who is only trying to fetch your macaroon is a sign of bad breeding. Did you like him? I know you bite people you like, which is why you bite me so much. I took him out of the cage and set him on my bed. He padded around and made a nice nest on my pillow while I undid my hair and got out of the ridiculous confection of a dress. As I hung it up in the largest trunk I was using for an armoire, I realized that the hat I'd made for him was missing. What on earth would he do with that?
Sodium vapor would make my hair look good. It would piss Pete off, make him look pasty and sallow like a zombie. Definitely sodium vapor instead of scandium light for the first round in the chemist tourney on Saturday night. I tipped my red top hat to a pretty little freshman girl who hadn't thrown herself at me yet. She gasped and went all wide-eyed like a proper female at Rosewood Academy. She was so charming, and I was in such an excellent mood. I pulled one of the roses off the hat and tossed it in her direction. Penny Lane was not a proper female in Rosewood. For starters, 1, 2, 3. The new girl came after me, bounced off my personal shield and into a sophomore mage who held her up by the elbows, the expression on his face half disgust, half admiration as he watched me. That was an appropriate reaction as well. The first time we'd met, Penny Lane should have bounced off the shield and knocked someone else over. Jackson, maybe. She'd gone through it like it wasn't even there, tackled me like a polo player. I still couldn't decide if she'd done it intentionally or not. Nothing about her made sense. It wasn't like me to think about other people. They usually weren't particularly interesting. Or at the very least, I knew what to do with them, and quickly did it. What I wanted to do with Penny Lane would make her blush. I didn't need to tell her because she blushed anyway. Why I liked watching her pale skin go pink wasn't something I needed to dwell on. She was like an inexperienced freshman girl, exposed to mages for the first time, except for the part where she stepped between Zach and myself, as though she were protecting him from me. Even an inexperienced witch knew better than to get between two mages. I shrugged and nodded at Tony, an upcoming junior who was going to be a solid backup man for this year's team. I walked through the doors of the lab, swinging them open, then stood there smiling at every single person until the room cleared. It was so pleasant when everyone knew their place and there weren't any difficulties. Except that could get too boring. I smiled at the last mage to leave. Lars, ponderously slow, moved away from his table, nodding at me before he left the room. I bolted the door and walked past the rows of tables equipped with Bunsen burners and sinks, nozzles dangling from the ceiling. I didn't stop until I was at the table nearest the large window that looked out on the garden. It was such a beautiful day, so many things growing. I glanced around again before I took the red top hat off my head, placed it squarely on the table, and pulled the blood-stained tablecloth out of its depths. What I was about to do wasn't strictly legal. It was also bad manners. Unfortunately for Miss Lane, I'd used up all my manners at her delightful tea party. I hesitated, fingering the lace. She shouldn't have protected me from her guardian. She'd moved so quickly, her fingers sliding over my skin. I could still see her the moment she was bitten, her green-brown eyes widening until I could make out flecks of gold in them. She'd been surprised, irritated, like she'd been irritated with me the entire party, irritated that I was too stupid not to know better than to feed wild animals, irritated that I wasn't Zachary Stoneborough. Poor girl. If she had her sights set on that boy, she was in for a severe disappointment. Zach made me look practically accessible. Sooner or later, Penny would realize the way the world worked, and she'd set her sights on me, as nature and social status intended. I curled my lips as I bent over the cloth, breathing lightly over the fibers before I took a bottle out of the cabinet behind me and sprinkled the contents over one corner. The blood rose up in fat, red drops. I rolled them into a glass vial with my fingertips until the lace was pristine and I had enough blood to find out all of Penny Lane's dirty little secrets. I tested her blood 5 times. The results were consistent. The thing about Darksiders is they don't walk around in the sun beaming at strangers and offering them lollipops. Darkside is heavy with magic, with mystery and mayhem, which is why I love it so much. Not heavy with tea parties and ruffled bodices. There was no possible way that the sweet, innocent, slightly intriguing female I'd encountered could be 3/4 Darksider. Where else could I have gotten the blood if not from her? Could it have been contaminated in my hat? She'd made the ridiculous top hat on the spot, sucking on her fingers when she burned them with a hot glue gun like one of those crafty mom bloggers. Her sucking on her fingers after she'd gotten distracted watching me hang up her swing made me want to suck on her fingers for her, undo the pins that held up her ridiculously long hair, and I blinked the glass vial and the lab back into focus. I heated up the blood and checked for a few more markers. I closed my eyes, then opened them to see the swirls inside the deep red. Interesting. I closed my eyes again, but when I opened them, same result. I snapped my fingers, engulfing the blood, the vial, and the Bunsen burner in green flame that singed my cheek as it roared to life. I flipped the switch for the air filter that sucked the fire and smoke away, then I folded the tablecloth before sticking it back into the depths of the top hat. Her genetic makeup was extremely interesting. Mythical, even. Darksiders were a lot of extremely talented folk, but a few families really knew how to make an impression. Also how to raise the dead or start a plague. Miss Lane's family was more subtle, but all the more horrifying for that. I took 2 steps towards the exit, putting the top hat back on my head when the doors blew open. Zachary Stoneborough. I smiled at him broadly. You look lively. Are we going to wrestle in the lab? Pewter would hate that. He smiled slightly, a sweet smile at odds with the gleam in his eyes. I hadn't seen that gleam for a long time. It almost made me want to smile genuinely. What were you doing in my rooms? I fought the urge to say something irritating. I specifically wanted him in a good mood. Are you going to do chemist this year? He studied me for a long time, long enough that I realized he wasn't thinking about what I'd said so much as he was sniffing the air, trying to gauge what I'd been up to. You have her blood? How did you get that? I tipped my hat at him. I can't reveal my secrets. I know it's hard to believe that a female would willingly cut herself open for me. He frowned, brows lowering. She wouldn't do that. I stared at him. His reaction was too intense. Maybe she'd already ensnared my oldest friend. If that was the case, why hadn't she seduced me first? Not that I wanted to be a mindless slave to a witch, but if you were going to choose the most ideal mage to make your helpless minion, I was definitely the top pick. No, she didn't. Her pet weasel bit her, and I offered to tidy up. And the lace tablecloth is as good as new. Such a lovely pattern. I think I have a dozen or so like it in my sideboard at the Grand Manor. His eyes glittered brightly. You're not going to tell me? Tell you what? Are you suggesting that an honorable, upright, law-abiding mage like myself would ever take the blood of a witch without her permission? Next you'll be saying that I intentionally break their dear little black hearts. He grunted. Speaking of black heart, did you manage to convince Her Honor to let them all come for finals brawl? I nodded and grinned widely, slapping Zach on his shoulder. I told you that I would. Are you in? He nodded, but when he glanced up at the top hat, I noted the flicker of distaste. Did she really make that for you? Oh yes. Who knew that a three-quarter dark-side female could wield a glue gun so craftily? He raised an eyebrow, the expression on his face portentously blank. And you're in one piece? As far as I can tell. How did she get through your shield? I frowned at him, fingering my lapel, adjusting it like it wasn't already lying smoothly. She didn't say. Did you ask? I thought it would be rude. And you're never rude. His lips curled in a sneer. I grinned back at him. I'm probably completely misreading her. You know how little I know about females, but I don't think she has the slightest idea that I have a shield or that she broke through it. He nodded. You should ask Viney about it. I pursed my lips. I should, but as pleasant as Viney's charming company always is, I think I'll save that for a special occasion, when I want to have a truly inspiring day. He grimaced. You had to pick Viney. I nodded soberly. I did. Are you interested in her? Never. Viney and I... Oh, the new girl. He frowned as he turned and walked out of the lab. I fell in beside him since we were conveniently headed in the same direction. He cleared his throat. Interested is probably the right word. How about you? I never thought you'd agree to go to a tea party you weren't invited to. That's the only kind I would ever attend. On second thought, if Penny Lane invited me to another tea party, I would consider it. I hope that she makes them a regular part of my schedule, Sunday tea parties after a frolicsome chemist tourney. Could anything be more charming? How long are you going to talk like that? You sound like you've been reading 19th century literature again. I raised an eyebrow and fingered the brim of the hat. A man wearing a top hat must sound like a proper gentleman even if there's nothing proper about him. It wasn't the hat, it was Penny Lane, the way she spoke that rubbed off on me, like she was in a play and I was opposite her lead. How strange to let a female lead me anywhere. I would have to be very careful with this one. Zach shook his head. Have you finished with her? I raised my eyebrow. She hasn't fallen in love with me yet. How can I be satisfied knowing that there is a female in this world who doesn't want Drake Huntsman? He snorted. It used to be when you made a declaration like that you were joking. I shot him a hard look. Don't suggest such things out loud. I've worked very hard for my reputation. I intend to keep it. He made a rude sound, a ruder gesture, and took the next branch in the hall leading towards his room. No doubt to pick up Viney for dinner. Putting them together like I'd done was extremely risky, but he seemed to be doing much better. Perhaps this new girl, this incongruity, would provide him with another distraction he could use. I ignored the niggling discomfort at the thought of Zach playing with Penny Lane. He would do it all wrong.
Darkly Sweet, Chapter 7. Which? I sat in the dining room that evening while I nibbled on the roasted duck, not killing the idiots who walked by tugging on my hair. The duck was incredible. I was polishing off the last bite when blonde and beautiful Jackson sat down across from me, steeled his fingers, and leered. There was nothing terribly interesting about me after I had changed out of my Candy Duchess outfit. I chewed while I waited for something brilliant to fall from his luscious lips. His lips were poofier than Drake's, but didn't look as soft. Weird. Penny, isn't it? I heard that you had a tea party this afternoon. I blinked my eyelashes at him. I'm sorry. Did it hurt your feelings not to be invited? How did he find out about it? His smile deepened and took on an ominous tint while he covered my hand in his. The hand with the bandage. It did. I'm also terribly worried about you being alone with the big bad wolf. Did he bite you? He lifted my hand and turned it around so the whole dining room could see. Macaroons, bonbons, petite fours. Not the wolf, the weasel. I tried to stand and take my hand back, but he tightened his grip on my newly punctured wound, pulling me back down. He watched me with this smile, like he was waiting for me to react, to hurt him, like we could trade pain or something weird. I focused on the sensation, the sharp edges, the dull throbbing, the pressure, the feel of the gauze and herbs being ground into my wound. Something dark uncoiled inside my chest, something that chased all the panic and irritated frustration away. Now you're calling me a weasel. I'm flattered. Drake slid down beside me and smiled at Jackson. Sitting so close to Drake, his jacket brushing my arm, buried the darkness with this other sensation, something that made me blush for absolutely no reason. He had made me blush more than enough times for one lifetime, much less one day. My heart pounded and I swallowed when he shifted closer to me. Jackson snarled at him. Drake, what brings you here? Nice jacket. It's very Prince Charming. Penny isn't stupid enough to think that you're a prince instead of the wolf. Drake put his hand on Jackson's shoulder and grinned at him, looking in fact very much like a perfectly dressed wolf in disguise. Didn't we agree that I was a weasel and not a wolf? Jackson, I don't like it when you're so willfully obtuse. Makes me feel frustrated. Jackson finally dropped my hand and stayed where he was for a moment before Drake let go, still smiling at Jackson. My hand hurt much more after Jackson let off the pressure. It throbbed and I cradled it in my lap while my heart pounded. It was fine. I was not going to stand up and decapitate Jackson and Drake with the edge of my plate. Everything was perfectly lovely. Just like me. I was nice, happy, cheerful, and friendly. I cared about how other people felt and wanted to take care of them in some way that didn't involve cement shoes or sharp knives. So, what do you do here for community service? My voice wavered. But it was the first thing that came into my head. My cute, fluffy, sweet stuffed head. Jackson's eyes darted to my face while Drake turned slowly towards me. It does seem like Jackson is a reprobate who serves time with community service, but I think he's managed to get out of it so far. I took a deep breath and smiled at Drake, wishing I had a lollipop. Honestly, I want to get involved with the community. In the town, Fairfield, right? Do they have an animal shelter or anything like that? Drake stared at me. He sat so close, my hand looking like a white paw on his sleeve. How had my hand gotten there? I really needed a lollipop. There's the hospital. I'm going on Tuesday, 5:30 if you'd like to come. I blinked at him. The hospital? What do you do? You don't have to clean up throw up, do you? Jackson laughed, but his voice was high-pitched and wavering. If he takes you to the hospital, you'll be in traction. Don't listen to him. I stood up and edged away from the table while I tried to laugh instead of putting them in traction. Jackson, you're so funny. I'll see you both later. The rest of the evening I focused on brewing a whole slew of lotions to reduce scarring and added them to Darkly Sweet. I needed the trance-like state I achieved once I lit my burner and melted my first ingredient, swirling it around in the glass bulb before I added the drops of oil, the emulsifier, swirling them up with powdered beet to make it a nice pink color. After my batch, I tasted it to make certain it was as delicious as it was functional. I sighed happily as I cleaned up my ingredients. Everything would fall into place. Zach was perfectly pleasant and would soon see how nice it would be to marry me. Somehow. The next morning, I walked towards my class at 6:30 in the morning like that wasn't an insane time to be awake. I probably shouldn't have stayed up quite so late with my potions. Everyone walked around buzzing with energy as they headed with purpose towards their class. Not one person bothered me. My English class was pretty boring. The next class, chemistry, was equally so. But the teacher, Professor Pewter, was kind of cute and terrifying. My third class at 9 was ballet. Ballet. I am not kidding. Ballet was a required class for girls all 4 years of high school. I'd been placed in beginner ballet with the freshman girls, who were still terrifyingly good. They danced circles around me. Literally, all these pirouettes and other types of spins like we needed that in our lives. The teacher, Madame Torture, had me plying until I could barely stagger out of class in my pale pink leotard. She pursed her blood-red lips and called after me, "Miss Lane, be certain your hair is secured. Tomorrow you will be dancing with a partner, and I don't want you to suffocate him." "Thanks, madame." I tried to curtsy and collapsed on the floor while freshman girls with their perfect little hair buns walked over me out the door. I laid there for a few breaths before I got it together and went out to the locker room to change back into my school uniform. I would need a more secure lock. It was amazing that no one had stuck my clothes in a shredder while I'd been in torture. My next class was language, which turned out as a kind of foreign language class where we were immersed in a variety of languages and had to be conversant in all of them. The only language I spoke fluently was Mean Girl, which was a little bit like Canadian English, but not enough to get by. There were different language sessions, and the instructor, a serious woman in serious glasses and serious blazers, to offset how young and pretty she was, walked through the groups and corrected accents, and added to the conversations. I stood under the Chinese sign and smiled stupidly at the brown-haired guy across from me who stared back, twisting his hands awkwardly. Was he nervous? Most guys in the class were ridiculously self-assured. I edged closer to him. I don't even know basic greetings in Chinese, much less the necessary accusations. He gave me a half-smile. "Alligato." He bowed politely, then straightened. I copied him, bowing and greeting him like a genuine American who has no idea why she needs to learn another country's language when English is already too hard for us. After that, I milled around until I found myself beneath the Spanish flag. I didn't realize it was the Spanish flag until I heard someone mention it. It was the guy from earlier, the very polite guy from Chinese. I moved closer to him. "Buenos dias. Mi nombre es Penny Lane." "Y tú?" "Buenos dias. Mi nombre es Tabari." I tried to smile demurely, but this was Spanish. "El gato está gordo." "The cat is fat." He cocked his head. "El gato estás muy gordo." "The cat is very fat." I hesitated for a moment, but I couldn't seem to help myself. "Señor." I stepped forward and put my hand on his chest. I could feel his heart pound beneath my fingers, and he smelled like pumpkin soup. Spanish was one real language I'd mastered. With the perfect quiver in my voice, I spoke from my Spanish heart. "Cómo pudiste dormir con mi hermana? No sabe que estoy embarazada de tu hijo." How could you sleep with my sister? Don't you know that I'm pregnant with your child? He got the most fascinating expression on his face before he stammered. "No sé de qué estás hablando." I don't know what you're talking about. I put the back of my hand on my forehead in a glorious sweeping movement. "Pero no lo harías porque tienes amnesia. Pensé que estabas muerto, pero ahora deseo que lo estuviera yo. But no, you have amnesia. I thought you were dead, but now I wish I were." I gripped his jacket and yanked him closer. "Ahem. Miss Lane, excellent use of accent, but I think your conversation is a little more intimate than will be required for everyday use." I exhaled heavily as I let go of his jacket, then turned to the teacher and rallied my smile. "Sorry, madame." "It's Ms." My smile was brittle, and I fought not to roll my eyes, holding them wide. "Sorry, Ms. You mean more like donde está el bono." She hemped and walked off on her little heels. Click-clack, click-clack. Someone elbowed me, and I glanced over. Zach was grinning at me. Señorita Phillip needs to take a break to get the stick out of her. He was in my class. Oh, how had I not seen him? He definitely caught my scene with Barry. If he didn't like tea parties, what were the odds he liked impromptu outbreaks of telenovelas? At the same time, he was talking to me and being funny. I smiled brightly. "Well, Hopefully she finds it soon. I didn't know you were in this class. He shrugged. Where did you learn Spanish? I hesitated before I admitted the scandalous truth. Our cook used to watch telenovelas all day. It stuck with me. Spanish soap operas? That explains the amnesia. A slow smile spread over his lips, and I noticed them for the first time. I'd seen his lips, but hadn't noticed that they looked soft and kind of pink before. I stepped away from him, even as I snickered. For the rest of the class, I tried to not look like an idiot in French, German, Italian, or Japanese. I was exhausted from listening with a polite smile on my mouth by the time class was over. Zach fell in beside me. What's your next class? I gave him a super sweet and delighted smile, not a smile that was about to crash and burn. Math. What about you? Dressage. I blinked at him. How to get dressed or how to make dressers. That explains why everyone dresses so well. He smiled again, a slight smirk. Horse riding. Everyone has dressage. It's like ballet and fencing. I checked my schedule. There after lunch was dressage, like he'd said. I thought it was a typo. I did not have fencing. A knot tangled in my stomach. If it was anything like riding in cars. I see I've never ridden a horse. He raised his eyebrows. Never. I shook my head and offered him a queasy smile. How hard could it be? What did you study in your home school? I thought about it for a long time before I admitted the shocking truth. I learned how to make lollipops. I'm really good at most kinds of candy, anything you can do with a Bunsen burner, but no ovens. I learned how to speak Tolkien's Elven pretty fluently. I noticed that there is a shocking emphasis on human languages instead of mythical ones at this school, which I find speciesist. He raised his eyebrows. Wait! You made those tiramisu things? Viney loved them. She was searching all over the internet for more. I smiled slightly and shrugged. How nice to talk about his not-girlfriend. I can give her more any time she wants some. He quirked an eyebrow, giving me a slightly mischievous smile. She'll be worried you poisoned it or something. I smiled widely. You shouldn't give me ideas. I think this is my math class. Have fun in dressage. I ducked into my class, which was boring, but at least I didn't have to talk to anyone and smile idiotically. After that was lunch, and everyone was kind of focused on their assignments already, so much so that hardly anyone bothered me where I sat at the long table, enjoying every bite of the delectable clam chowder. Then it was out to the stables. Once more I was with the freshmen, and how awesome was that? Not very, because the second I was on the back of this nice-looking gray mare, she started bucking and heaving like she was about to throw up. I went up and came down in a pile of straw, but hit the hard flagstones with my knee. The instructor was furious, but still kept his voice low as he soothed the horse, searching her until he found these miserable-looking hooked balls under the saddle. Who did this? He held up the nasty little things that must have dug into the poor animal as soon as it took my weight. I was still on my back trying to breathe as a girl got shoved forward out of the group. She swallowed hard and got pale while the instructor glowered, crossing his arms over his very fine physique. It was a joke. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that it would hurt Henrietta. Henrietta was apparently the horse, and it was much more humane to hurt people than animals. I stood up, brushing off straw. I'm fine. Like anyone cared. Can we try this again? The instructor looked surprised before he nodded and held Henrietta still while I tried to mount. My heart pounded and my hands shook as I listened to all his instructions, and poor Henrietta skittered across the stones with her head jerking, eyes rolling in spite of the instructor. It wasn't as bad as cars, but my heart wasn't pounding less when I finally slid off the horse. I fell down when my legs wouldn't hold me up. The freshman tittered, and the instructor sent me to my room to get cleaned up and changed because I'd sat down, right in a lovely pile of manure. The fragrant aroma filled the air as I walked to my room. What a lovely experience. To imagine that I'd put it off for 3 years. I changed back into my school uniform and made it to my next class with hardly any time to spare. Business management. When I walked in, I saw Drake immediately. Like my eyes were pulled towards him where he sat at a desk typing on a laptop like he knew what he was doing. Not that I didn't know how to write on a laptop, but he just gave off that odious odor of competence and condescension. I slid into the seat furthest from him and pulled out my own laptop. The teacher slammed my lid closed as he walked briskly up to the board in his navy jacket and wrote in scrawling letters something I couldn't decipher. Welcome to the world of business. You may think that you understand the basics of shares and funds, but... My face was frozen, part smiling, part snarling while I tried not to kill him. The professor. Also Drake. Either one would work. Apparently, it was fine for Drake to have his laptop open, but not me. I had a business. I understood a lot about advertising, tax breaks, and even bookkeeping. I was not some dim-witted gumball for brain student. The first class that I thought had the possibility of being remotely relevant to my actual life, and the teacher was a complete. I took a deep, shaky breath and focused on smiling, breathing. Not anything else. I didn't even notice that Drake didn't glance up for the rest of the class, his fingers moving as he shifted from one document to another, checking various graphs until the instructor dismissed us. Drake had his laptop closed and in his briefcase before I could blink, and then he was standing beside his desk, looking at me as if he'd just seen me. His expression was so interesting. It went from something cold with icy fury, barely held in check, to an indifferent expression, with a vague smile resting on his lips as he walked over. I slid my computer in my bag and felt like a weakling with my trembling everything next to him and his raw strength. He wouldn't be bucked off a horse. A horse would be bucked off of him. Loser. How is your hand? I didn't have any idea what he was talking about until I followed his gaze down to my bandage. It's fine. Thanks for asking. I sounded too angry. I cocked my head and batted my eyelashes to make up for it. His eyebrow twitched like he knew what I was doing, which he couldn't possibly have known since I had no clue, since I'm responsible for it. Do you need me to take you to the doctor? I'll drive you after polo practice. I shook my head and edged away from him at the very idea of getting into a car with this beautiful monster. It's fine. It's not the first time Senior Mort got a little too frisky. He raised his eyebrow high for a moment before it lowered as if on its own. Revere's eyebrows did the same kind of thing, like a caterpillar crawling around on his face. If only Drake's dark red eyebrows weren't the sexiest caterpillars in the world. If it's bothering you tomorrow, we'll have the doctor look at it while we're at the hospital. What? I stared at him while he stared back. What hospital? Oh, no. He thought I was serious about doing community service. With him. The community service. Right? I smiled at him, feeling like my mouth was numb from hanging on to that manic smile for the entire day. To be perfectly honest, I didn't think that classes would be so challenging. I already have more homework and reading than I have time to finish after only one day, so... He inclined his head slightly while his lips curled, amused by my stupid little brain that couldn't keep up with all the other students. Do you find yourself unequal to the task? Do you think that these other privileged and elite students are more capable than you are? His voice mocked me along with his eyes. I wanted to stuff his eyeballs down his throat and see how he sounded then, but instead I clenched my teeth as I laughed. That must be it. Of course community service is important, but I probably shouldn't flunk out of classes in the first week. Maybe next time. He shrugged as he walked with me to the door. I'll help you with business on the drive down and back. It's more of an applied business class for me, although sometimes Professor Marsh helps me understand an obscure point of business law. Because he was so super smart and above me in every way, so I definitely couldn't handle thinking tricky thoughts about profit margin and stocks. When he asked me what my next subject was, I held up my schedule silently. I couldn't open my mouth without screaming at him or biting him. He still smelled ridiculously good, and I was getting hungry. Very hungry. He walked with me to my class, smirked, then disappeared around the corner. I stood in the doorway, trying to breathe and not scream while I checked the class number and found that it indeed was the right one. History. The teacher didn't waste any time. And honestly, when someone dances around in an Elizabethan costume, it's hard not to pay attention. The tension knotted in my shoulders loosened as I settled into my seat. Even Viney's constant glare didn't disturb the pleasure I got out of Professor Vale's performance. On my way out of class, I heard some girls muttering about how the teacher, Professor Vale, had the nerve to have worked at some other school I'd never heard of, Blackheart, or something. Ooh, school rivalry. On my way out, a brunette with thick glasses and a wrinkled blouse focused on me like a hungry cougar. Hi. You're a penny. You seem to enjoy getting involved. Would you like to pass out some flyers for the Student Government Club? I blinked at her. I'd rather light my hair on fire. Sure. That sounds so fun. I must be a masochist. That would explain so much about my life. She dug into her backpack and gave them to me with an, "If you can get them handed out by Wednesday, that would be great." Wouldn't it? Finally, I was able to stumble across campus to my dorm, plug in the code on my alarm with my handprint, and DNA check before I collapsed on my bed to the scent of drying manure. I stared at the ceiling with the glorious forest scene, deer leaping over a stream while some figures in the shadows were maybe embracing, maybe strangling one another. I must have done something terrible in a past life. Senior Mort, my face hurts from smiling so much, and my knee is going to be bruised. I need to make something for it, but I can't move. I closed my eyes and had almost drifted off when someone knocked on my door. I groaned and made the ugliest face I possibly could before I rolled off the bed and smoothed down my now wrinkled uniform. Hold on. I opened the door and Zach stood there awkwardly. I beamed at him even though I wanted to slam the door in his face. Hi. Viney and I were going to go over to polo practice and thought you might like to come. I blinked at him. Wow. An invitation from the boy I was going to marry, and I wanted to say no in a very loud voice along with some pretty boring expletives. That sounds so fun. I think I have a lot of homework, though. He shrugged and gave me a slight smile, kind of bashful as he looked at me beneath his dark lashes. I can help you with linguistics if you'd like. We can work on things while watching the players. Ooh, we could heckle in Chinese. He smiled broadly while his blue eyes twinkled. I'm not sure how helpful that kind of lesson would be. I sighed. Apparently, I don't quite understand the purpose of conversational anything. All right, I'll go. Aren't you going to change first? Change? I looked down at my school uniform, then noticed what Zach was wearing, which was a t-shirt and jeans. Oh, yeah. Give me a minute to put on something recreational. After I closed the door, I pulled on a short floral skirt and a pink blouse with a scalloped Peter Pan collar, then touched up my makeup and put on a spritz of some fabulous scent. I opened the door and smiled out at Zach and Vine. Anticipation of some kind on her face. I should have worn my armored helmet. Oh, darn, left that at home. Your knee looks really bad. What happened? Viney's voice was only slightly sympathetic. She could have tried a little bit harder. I got thrown in dressage. I sighed and smiled at Zach ruefully. Apparently, riding horses is slightly trickier than it looks. Viney sneered. I heard that someone put cockles under Henrietta's saddle. Zach looked suddenly concerned as he put a hand on my shoulder. Is she okay? The horse. My smile tightened, and I took that moment to unwrap a lollipop. She seemed fine. Do you know her? He nodded soberly. She's got an excellent temperament for a creature that has to deal with the brats at Rosewood. I nodded like that made sense, which it did, but I was kind of limping, and I really didn't know how I was supposed to handle an entire year of torture. The bullying was annoying enough, but the whole thing where I had to go to classes and smile, leaving me with no time to do what was important, namely make potions for my shop, was so frustrating. Also, this guy that I was going to marry was nice enough, but he didn't seem to notice me at all. Maybe I should have stuck with the rodent skulls and found someone a little less nice than Zachary Stoneborough. No, I could do nice. I could be a sweet little thing that needed a man like Zach. After limping across fields until we got to the bleachers, we sat among other students who had their homework out, enjoying the sunshine after being crammed inside all day. I pulled out my linguistics sheet, and Zach helped me fill it out. He was extremely good at languages. Apparently. You're in the same class as Zach. Are you that good? I blinked at Viney. No, I'm not. I have no idea why I'm in any of the classes that I'm in, although they're all really fun. Zach smiled at me. You're not terrible at Spanish. I sucked on my lollipop and tried to look seductive. It was probably ruined by the growing bruise on my knee. And my legs had looked so nice. Thanks. I'm sure Ms. was impressed. What would happen if you had a French accent and a German accent at the same time? He said, Merci Borscht das Gut, and I tittered attractively. That's when Viney hit my shoulder and nodded out to the field where the polo players were emerging on their prancing steeds. Drake. He looked even better on a huge black horse in real life than he'd looked in his picture. There were 2 teams, although both were from our school. Zach explained the rules generally, but I stopped paying attention once he started talking about points. I kind of missed whatever else he said when Drake took that stick and whacked a ball, shooting it across the field with some serious velocity. I would hate to get in the way of that ball or that stick. I'd been watching the practice for 15 minutes, fascinated at these boys who somehow moved as one with their horses until the thing happened. Drake was running down the field and Jackson came along to block him, and then Drake and Jackson's horses got tangled up. Drake launched himself off his horse and into Jackson, tackling him off his horse. It happened so fast. If I hadn't been watching so closely, I wouldn't have seen the horrible angle of Jackson's arm or heard the crack as Drake intentionally broke it. Viney gasped and looked pale, yet excited, and Zach looked away from the field, kind of sick and disgusted. I expected to feel the opposite of sick and disgusted, since my hand still hurt from Jackson, but watching him writhe on the field in pain only reminded me of the way I'd felt after Poppy. I grabbed my papers, shoved them into my bag, and left the bleachers without meeting Zach or Viney's eyes. I walked quickly back to my room, ignoring Zach calling after me, instead twirling my lollipop on my tongue over and over and over and over. Darkly Sweet, Chapter 8. Which, it was a horrible enough day. I should have stayed in my room, but at 5:30 I was hungry, 6 starving, and by 6:45 desperate to the point of breaking people's skulls open and eating their brains. Just kidding. I wasn't that hungry. I made it to the dining room, had almond chicken and steamed vegetables with an enormous salad that I'd have to somehow eat in 15 minutes. It was pretty close, but my plate was almost clean when the bell rang and the Navy suits started walking down the tables to chase out late eaters. I headed back to my room and was in the middle of a large hall with a lovely inlaid marble floor and marble pillars holding up the arched ceiling when a girl stepped in front of me. She said, "Didn't you want some dessert?" before sending an ice-cold slushy into my face, shirt, neck, and shoulders. Macaroons. Petite fours. Lady fingers. Bonbons. I wiped my eyes, and when I opened them for some reason, I really wanted to ruin that perfect smile permanently. Drake stood behind her, an impassive expression on his face. The girl glanced over at him like a good puppy who had fetched his slippers. "You think you're good enough for Drake?" another girl hissed, before she pushed me in his direction ironically enough. I licked my fingers and studied the guy who stood there with that annoying smirk on his mouth. They didn't like me talking to him, falling on him, anything involving him. Was that what all the annoying things had been about? Did they think I was competing for Drake? Fury made things sparkly and bright as I smoothed more shake off my face and licked my fingers, sucking on them hard, while I studied him, the boy that all the girls would do anything for, would hurt anyone for. His eyes widened slightly, just enough to make me realize that I was looking sexy. Right. I'd seen that on a music video somewhere. People licking fingers like that wasn't disgusting. I walked over to him, anger fueling my seductive walk, until I was close. I held out my fingers dripping with melted ice cream shake. "Do you want to taste?" His eyebrow flickered before he bent his head and took my fingers in his mouth, sucking and licking like I was his ice cream. Oh, no! The scent of black cherry swirled around my head the way his tongue swirled over my fingers. I gasped and tried to think about macaroons. After he'd licked off all the shake, he smiled lazily and leaned forward. It would be a pity to waste it. I nodded because, yeah, that made sense, and then he took my shoulders and leaned down before licking my throat from my scalloped Peter Pan collar to my chin. I gasped and clung to his shoulders as my legs gave out. He seemed to take that as encouragement because he kept licking my neck and face, holding me against his body until I'd moved past hyperventilating to completely not breathing. Finally, he pulled back and waited until I could stand up on my legs before he let me go. He smiled, brushed my jaw with his fingers, and licked them. His smile was dangerous and amused. I didn't like either of those. "Thank you so much for sharing, Penny Lane. You'd better get back to your room before I gobble up the rest of you." I should have said something cool and clever, or at least bubbly and ridiculous, but all I did was spin around and get out of there as fast as my trembling legs could take me. So that was what it was like to be licked like a lollipop. Lollipops were so much more dangerous than I'd thought they were. Lollipops. I unwrapped one as I went until I got to Lilac Stories and came up suddenly against Viney, who glared at me like I'd just murdered her mother. I didn't have enough lollipops for this. "Hi, Viney. How's it going? I'd love to chat, but I have so much homework to do, so—" She stepped closer to me, eyes narrowing wickedly. "You really are a piece of bubblegum. The kind without any flavor, just sugar, and when he's tired of you, he'll spit you out and people will walk all over you." I blinked at her, then at the video on her phone. She held up for me so I could watch me being consumed by Drake like an ice cream cone. I didn't look like I minded. My eyes were droopy, lips parted, while I let him do whatever he wanted to me without the slightest protestation. I should have done something. Anything. But I'd lost my temper with stupid, insecure girls. I knew better. I'd been taught my whole life to control the anger, the frustration, been poked and prodded until I could recite any poem by Longfellow with the proper intonation. Revere liked Longfellow. My mother liked poking and prodding. I shook my head and forced myself to focus. My mother's lessons must have been too long ago. I took a deep breath and focused on Viney instead of my vacuous face and Drake's bent head above me. There wasn't really any chewing and people already walk over me. Besides, gum sticks to people's feet, so there's vengeance in the seemingly pathetic gumball. Viney, if you don't move, I will lick you. She stepped back with this grossed-out face as I went straight to my room and my bathroom beyond. Being sticky wasn't fun. I showered, only washing the bits of my hair that were sticky, and made it fast because I somehow had to get my laundry done before lights out. I needed a lot more clothes if I was going to go through 5 outfits a day. I grabbed all the dirty laundry in my room, including the bloody handkerchief Drake had given me. I held my head away from the pile in my arms as the aroma of horse feces filled the air. The laundry room was abandoned besides one guy who stood at the sink, the stretch of his shoulders impressive beneath his t-shirt. I stopped and tried to edge backwards before he saw me. Drake turned and glanced at me over his shoulder, stopping me in my tracks. He smiled at me, showing sharp teeth. "I'm not going to ask what you're doing here. I got malt all over my suit. I can't imagine what shape yours is in." I hesitated before I gave him a small smile and kind of edged over to the nearest machine. I opened the door and closed it before looking around for instructions. "Usually you wash clothes before you dry them." I spun around and fought the stupid blush on my face. "Yeah, thanks. I've never really washed clothes before." He smirked like I was so funny and idiotic. "You're a spoiled rich brat, right?" I nodded soberly. "Absolutely. This whole thing is really strange." "Laundry?" I tried not to notice that he'd taken 3 steps towards me, all while working suds through a white shirt. His hands, as he kneaded the fabric, were hard not to stare at. "And horse manure. Pink leotards. Conversational Chinese." I exhaled and almost scowled at the machine that apparently dried instead of washed. Instead, I smiled at him blindingly. It's been a little overwhelming. "You didn't mention being hit by potatoes, knocked into people, having your horse sabotaged." I laughed a little bit. "Oh, I expected that. It's the fact that I can't walk after doing ballet that is by far the biggest shock. I seriously can't walk. Ballet is supposed to be easy and effortless." He raised his eyebrows from where he now stood only 5 steps from me. "It didn't bother you when Maureen dumped her malt on you?" I winced because I did not want to think about that, not when my reaction had been so weak and pathetic. I licked my lips before I gave him a slight smile. "I need to apologize for that." He smiled, showing his canines and reminding me how it felt to have that mouth around my fingers. I quickly put said fingers behind my back. It's not like me to ask some guy to suck on my fingers. I think I wanted revenge. I think that most of the girls have been sad because they like you and don't like you talking to me. I guess I got tired of it. I shouldn't have reacted like that. I'm sure it only made them feel worse. Was that it? Was it really the girls that bothered me? Or was it something else? Something darker? Something to do with me wanting them to know that Drake Huntsman belonged to me? I inhaled sharply and shook my head. It wasn't possible for me to be that sick and twisted about some jerk guy that quickly. How long had it taken my mother to fall for my self-absorbed father, Poppy, to fall? I flinched away from him and gripped the nearest machine, my knuckles pale while I tried to erase those last words from my brain. He whispered. Close enough I could feel his breath on the side of my neck. "It's not how they feel that interests me." I shivered and stepped sideways, away from him. I swallowed and was pleased when my voice came out firm. "I apologize for using you to act out my infantile aggression. I'll have to apologize to them, explain that I'm not interested in their crush." He was quiet for a long time. Finally, I turned my head to see him where he stood, staring at me, his eyes penetrating while I stared back, forgetting to smile and feeling my breath catch while my fingers tingled as I once again felt his tongue and teeth. "I don't think you need to apologize to anyone. I personally would reject your apology considering how much I got out of it." He turned and stalked back to the sink to drop the shirt into a basin with a splash. Pissing off those females was most of why I did what I did. Not that you aren't extremely delicious, but I don't usually lick girls in public. The way he said that. Not that you aren't extremely delicious. Was that no, I really wasn't delicious. And how could I be stupid enough to think that he liked licking me, that he liked anything about the idiotic gumball head that was Penny Lane? I exhaled and lifted my chin. Really? What a relief. I thought that maybe you thought... Anyway, is this a washing machine? I finished with my most sweet and idiotic smile. He glanced at me and nodded. I proceeded to stuff all my clothes inside of it, and then closed the door and stared at the knob for a little while before I started twisting it around and around. First of all, you don't wash suits. He put a hand on my shoulder, and I flinched away from him, startled and unnerved. He was supposed to be holding me in contempt from the other side of the room. He sighed loudly. Can I help you? Apparently, I have compassion for wool that's about to be horribly mangled. I glared and scowled at the washing machine, fighting the urge to scream and eviscerate this pretender Good Samaritan. But instead, I took a deep breath and forced a smile. It wasn't very bright, but it was all I had left. I slid over to the next machine, gestured to the door, and crossed my arms over my chest. He opened the door and started sorting my stuff into different piles. Silk, cotton, and here's the horse manure you were talking about, which is leather and drill, so dry cleaning. But first you'll want to brush all the excess off. He did so, going to this special machine that he hooked my pants to, and then these motorized brushes went up and down my pants, knocking off everything vile. He then took it to another machine, opened this door thing, hung them inside, closed the door, twisted a knob, and pushed a button. The machine whirred satisfyingly while he came back to the pile and took out my beige suit, studying it closely. It's not terribly soiled, so I'd just give it a good steam. He took it to another machine, and then he picked up the bloody handkerchief. He glanced at me. It's best to soak blood out immediately. That reminds me, I have your tablecloth. I nodded, still smiling. Of course, I did not want to think about the ruined tea party. The fact that I spent more time with this horribly tempting creature than the nice boy I was going to marry. I couldn't help it. I really loved blood and black cherry. Focus, Penny. Is your handkerchief ruined? Sorry. He shrugged. I can get blood out of anything. It's one of my most useful skills. His smile was that thing that showed teeth and reminded me of the big bad wolf. It also made my stomach tighten and my fingers crave his tongue. Do you need me to wash blood out of anything else? He glanced at me in a way that made me blush. I should not blush around him. I should save blushing and cuteness for Zach. Maybe Zach didn't like blushing girls. He hung out with Viney. I should have kept my rodent skulls in my hair and simply dragged him away with me to live in my attic. At the same time, he wasn't her boyfriend, however much she led him around. No, thanks. So, how do you wash it out? I sidled closer to him, keeping my hands behind my back against the counter. I watched the process of soaking and scrubbing and found myself at his shoulder, smelling black cherries and vanilla. When he turned his head, I couldn't breathe. My heart pounded so hard. I couldn't look away for a moment as he leaned closer to me until I turned, wrapping my arms around my body. I hate chemistry. That's what it was, right? He had so much chemistry, the right combination of hormones and pheromones that mixed up my head until I was doing things I knew were completely stupid, but couldn't help. Also, the way he looked and who he was didn't mesh with him handling my laundry. His hands were so comfortable doing laundry, brisk and efficient, with none of that sultry seduction that made me want to stick something pointy into his soft bits. He gave me a questioning glance. Do you need help with your homework? I shook my head rapidly and eased away from him. No thanks. I'd just better get back to it. I brought my books, so I'll do that while the machines do what they do. He smiled slightly, and I took my books to the white desk on one wall where there weren't machines. I sat down and stared at the chapter that I had to summarize. When it was all so basic and simplistic, it seemed like a complete waste of time. I hastily wrote my paragraph and turned to English, the poem we were studying that was supposed to drip with meaning and wisdom. Macaroons, bonbons, truffles. I wrote the most upbeat and unrealistic interpretation of the poem possible, and then had the pleasure of my history class, which was a video I had to watch on my laptop easily enough. I was nodding over my math when someone shook my shoulder. "Revere, I'm going to 6 Signor on you." Revere laughed, but he didn't laugh like that. I sat bolt upright and stared at Drake, whose lips were curled in the most fascinating way. I very nearly put my fingers on those lips, but instead I stumbled to my feet and then nearly fell when my legs gave out, muscles screaming. His hands wrapped around my waist, pulling me against his chest close enough that I could see the specks of green in his eyes. I broke eye contact and backed away, clinging to the edge of the desk. "You really can't walk?" I gave him an 80-watt smile. "Ballet really beat me up today. I'm sure I'll feel better tomorrow, if I don't feel worse. Are there rules about staying in bed all day?" He smiled sharply, cocking his head, while his glance dropped from my eyes to my lips. "There are all sorts of rules. It all depends on how much you like breaking them." I shook my head and turned towards the washing machine that had my laundry in it. But instead of me needing to change it, he must have dried, then folded it neatly in a basket I hadn't brought. He folded my laundry. My heart pounded and my stomach knotted. He must have done something to my clothes. I'd have to throw it all away or check every item for poisonous substances. That would take all night. I gave him a sickly smile. "It's really hard to believe that I fell asleep. You should have woken me up. You don't need to worry about my laundry." He shrugged. "You shouldn't sleep places where anyone can do what they want to you." "No kidding." I choked out a laugh. "Yeah. So, did anyone mess with me while I was sleeping?" He smiled at me, his eyes greener the more I stared at him. "Are you worried that I grabbed you after what happened last time?" I ran my fingers over the white gauze bandage. "That reminds me, I need to change my bandage. So much to do." I focused on smiling at him. "I'm sure that you're very busy. I'll try not to take any more of your time." I didn't look at him again while I carefully walked across the room with my school bag over my shoulder. My suit was on a hanger and looked better than it ever had. "My pleasure, Penny. If you ever need help cleaning your clothes or your sweet flesh, don't hesitate to call." I flinched, then lifted the basket and the hanger, gave him a quick smile without quite looking at him, and closed the door on the weirdest, if not the worst day of my life.
Mage. Well, that had been interesting. I sat down on the chair she'd just abandoned, running like a scared little rabbit from the big bad wolf, as though she hadn't just been sleeping in my den. She'd walked right in like she didn't notice the shield I'd put on the door to guarantee my privacy. I liked to do my laundry alone. I liked to do everything alone, but one could hardly do that while keeping up appearances. Appearances weren't much, but they were all I had to keep the ravaging anger and darkness at bay. I wasn't in the mood for company, not even someone as delicious as Penny Lane. It was difficult not to snarl at her, throw her out of the room when she insulted me with her apology, but direct assault was absolutely out of the question. She was so utterly incompetent. I couldn't help but watch her in horror as she attempted to do laundry. A witch shouldn't let a mage touch her personal property, but she did, blushing like a peach and having a difficult time meeting my eyes. After I got her laundry started, I focused on hand-washing another shirt. Did we have enough selenium for the light projection I wanted at the tourney? I would have to talk to Pewter about it. The background sound of Penny scratching on her notebook with her pencil stopped and didn't resume for 3 minutes. I glanced at her and paused. I'd never seen a sleeping witch before. Her lips twitched and she murmured about flowers, poppies. She sounded so sad. I stared at her for 8 minutes until the washing machine buzzed loudly, startling me out of my fascinated reverie. She should have woken up from that sound, but she didn't even stir. After standing there with nothing better to do, I changed her laundry, rotating her suit in the steamer before I walked back to stare at her. I stood there, 7 feet away from her, 4, 2, until my fingers curled over the back of her chair, her strawberry blonde curls covering her like a blanket. I sat on the desk beside her head, but she didn't sense me on the base level of awareness every witch should have. A mage and his magic should have set off all kinds of alarms to a 3/4 dark side witch. There was something wrong with her. I'd seen an aberration once. They'd fought a war over her, some female who was so deliciously vulnerable, no mage could resist her. If that's what she was, she ought to be under lock and key, not thrown to the slavering wolves at Rosewood, wolves like myself. What are you? Even my voice didn't wake her up as I moved my hand above her body, 2 inches of space between my skin and her hair, echoing the contours and shape of her head, her back. I sensed her easily enough. I could feel the warmth she gave off, the smell of her perfume, flowers and vanilla that couldn't hold a candle to the way she'd tasted. My hand paused while my mouth watered. She'd wanted to irritate the petty little witches, and I loved to torment them. It seemed like a very straightforward, even noble, mutual cause, but somehow I'd forgotten about our audience and simply tasted her. She'd run away from me when I showed my interest so clearly in gobbling her up. Maybe she took it as a literal warning rather than a euphemism. Maybe it had been. Either way, I did not enjoy watching her run away from me, not if I wasn't allowed to chase her. I shook my head and refocused on the white and sterile laundry room where she slept. I sent a wave of magic against her that lapped over her skin, then swirled around and around until there was nothing left of it. Fascinating. I spent 20 minutes pouring magic over her, harmless magic that would do things like help her study better. What I was doing, experimenting on a sleeping witch, was clearly outside the bounds of the covenant. Using magic on a witch without her permission was as forbidden as taking her blood. I smiled slightly and touched her hair. It was practically its own person, a mess of shimmering red gold that would look so nice with mine. On my pillow, in my bed. I shook my head and stepped away. I could never let down my guard with a witch. I'd seen the results of that too many times. Of course, I wouldn't sleep with her, not literally. Having her in my bed not sleeping, however. The dryer buzzed, and I waited to see if that would wake her, but apparently she'd had an exhausting first day of classes. It wasn't only classes. I'd seen her in the hall, tripped by a witch whose personal violence surprised me. I expected to see a full-on witch battle, but Penny got up and kept walking as if she didn't notice falling on her face in front of 20 snickering students. I shook my head as I got her laundry out, and then, with another glance over at the pile of curls that was all I could see of her, I folded her things. It wasn't nearly as invasive as so many of our encounters, but I felt a little bit scandalized by my own nerve as I picked up a pair of silk polka-dot pink panties in my rough, large hands. It would make her blush when she saw how neatly I'd folded them. I shook my head and counted breaths, considered something desperately trivial like whether I should order a new green suit the exact shade of my eyes, and if so, whether it should be straight or slim cut. There were so many things to think about besides the witch sleeping behind me and her clothes in my hands. I'd held her very close after I'd tasted her, the warmth of her body seeping into me like a warm bath. Another peculiarity. Awareness, desire, alarm should all commingle. There shouldn't be any pleasantness. Euphoria, thrill, absolutely. But comfort? I finished folding her things, put her suit on a hanger, and stood for a long moment staring at where she still lay folded over her math book. I should wake her up. My laundry was finished, and it would be rude to leave her defenseless, where any witch could hurt her, or mage could take advantage of her. Normally, I would consider it my duty to seduce her, break her heart, and send her on her way, but it didn't seem sporting with her sleeping like some fairytale princess, waiting for her prince to kiss her. Her pink lips were slightly parted. I knew how her fingers tasted, but her lips, her mouth, it would be so easy. I shook my head and cleared my throat. She didn't stir. Either I kissed her, Or I did more experiments on her. I held my palms over her back until they itched with energy. Not magic, just energy that we use to focus on things like fighting, killing, maiming, bringing the body and the mind together into one perfectly destructive whole. I could heal a fellow mage with my energy while a witch would repel it. Oil and water, witches and mages, but when I sent the flow of energy into her, it sank like a stone in a slow river. I felt the pull of her, wanting more energy from me. I exhaled and put my hand on her shoulder, one of the few places besides her face not covered by her hair. I pushed more energy at her, and she took it, but then I felt a return current, her energy flowing into me. My hand jerked, shaking her shoulder roughly in the process, and she frowned as she finally opened her eyes, the sleepy softness shifting into panicked horror as she realized that she'd slept with a mage. Horrified panic described the rest of her behavior until she grabbed her laundry and fled to her room. Very interesting. Also completely nerve-wracking. I'd sunk into the chair and wiped my sweaty palms on my pants. They were too casual to wear while spending time with a female of note. Penny Lane was that and more, the first and probably last witch to ever sleep with me.
Darky Sweet, Chapter 10. Witch? The next day was fine, even if I was more exhausted than I should have been after one day in school. I hadn't found a trace of anything on my clothing other than a slight scent of black cherry. So annoying, also embarrassing, because he'd apparently neatly folded 2 pairs of my silk polka dot panties, while I'd been drooling on my math book. The classes were no worse than they had been the day before other than ballet. Who teaches a beginner pas de deux anyway? Apparently Madame, because there I was in my pink leotard and tights when Drake walked in wearing soft black pants and ballet slippers with his white shirt. I stared at him while I clung to the wooden bar. He walked over to Madame, gave her a charming bow, and then they chatted in French for a bit before she led him over to me. She gave me a sharp look while she spoke to him. "Do you think you can manage with this flamingo?" He gave me a sharp smile. "I shall do my very best." I tried not to hyperventilate when he took position behind me and started warming up, his turnout perfect along with everything else about him. I stared at him in the mirror and kind of forgot what I was supposed to be doing. His muscles stretching and clenching beneath the thin fabric. He met my eyes in the mirror and raised his eyebrows. "You had no idea I was so versatile. You're thinking, what can't he do? Laundry and ballet. It's too much to believe, in all humility. It's just the tip of the iceberg. I can also hang a swing and clean up spilled malts." He gave me a slow wink. I looked down at my hand where it gripped the bar like it was holding me up. "Why do you keep bringing that up?" "I think it's funny. Don't you?" I shook my head and frowned down at my ballet slippers. My toes didn't point as well as the boy in front of me, or the girl in front of him, who was glaring at me like I'd just defaced a work of art. I turned around and came face to face with him, who, instead of turning, put his hands on my shoulders, pushing them back and down. I inhaled and held my breath until I realized that he was fixing my posture. I stared to the side while he adjusted my arms and then obeyed when he told me to point my foot. He had me do that 1,000,000 times until I was sliding along the floor just right, and then it was drawing circles on the floor, and his hands rested on my knees, pushing slightly, his fingers gripping my heel, pulling it forward. He crouched in front of me while I tried to ignore him, but it was a little bit difficult, particularly when I kept having flashbacks, his mouth on my fingers, sucking while his green eyes mocked me in the most seductive way imaginable. And he'd folded my underwear. Finally, he stood up, and I thought things were going to be better. Oh no. We all moved into the center of the room. The freshman boys and girls and me and Drake. It was even more humiliating than the horse episode the day before. I was like a stork. A flamingo, completely ridiculous, flopping around while this glorious, graceful music played. Drake only laughed out loud once, but his green eyes mocked me the entire time. What happened was fairly straightforward. He had his hands under my armpits and we were going to do a very, very, very basic lift. But as he raised me up in the air, I realized that I was ticklish. "Put me down!" I squirmed and wiggled. But that only made his fingers tighten until I lost control. I squealed as my legs flailed, and I kicked the girl next to us, and then kneed Drake in the stomach. We fell over. But I think it was from him laughing so hard instead of from me kneeing him. We came down kind of hard, but he took the force of the landing, other than my knee, the already bruised one. "I told you to put me down." I scowled down at Drake while his body shook beneath me until I rolled off him. "I'm ticklish. I can't help it." "Stop laughing." I pushed his shoulder and felt weird, like maybe I was going to cry from sheer frustration. I'd never been tickled before in my life. The idea of being helplessly ticklish was beyond humiliating. He stopped laughing and sat up, his lips trembling while he tried to look serious. "I'm sorry. I've never tickled anyone before." "Are you ticklish anywhere else I should know about?" I shook my head and crossed my arms. Although, what did I know? I'd never done anything like this before. Let a boy lift me up and walk around with me. Madame didn't comment on our debacle, although the girl I kicked made certain to give me enough dirty looks to grow a garden. Drake didn't try anything hard after that, mostly led me around in a circle and had me imitate a dog at a fire hydrant. Nothing more dangerous than one leg off the ground. After we curtsied to Madame and left the studio, I put my hand on Drake's arm to hold him back. "What are you doing in my beginner's class?" He quirked his eyebrow and gave me a look on the side of a leer. "I had to find some way to finally get my hands on you." At my shocked look, he flat out grinned, as if I didn't have the chance last night. "I'm joking, Penny Lane. Madame didn't think a freshman boy could handle you and asked me to come in. I'm not sure I did much better. But I'm not afraid to wrestle with a ticklish flamingo." I almost hit him, but instead I whirled around and went into the locker room, where I noticed that my new lock had been tampered with. Happily, it had held, and my clothes were intact. After dressing and undoing my extremely messy bun, so my long hair cascaded down my back, I pulled out a lollipop and bounced to language class. I had to flirt with Zach, and that meant my real homework had been cute phrases in a multitude of languages. I looked around before subtly edging over to the group Zach was in. By the way, not a good idea. My cute phrases couldn't keep up with his discussion about current affairs, politics, law, traditions, and cultural symbolism. He was so good. I just sort of stared at him while he talked everyone's socks off. In Spanish, I had to abandon my drama and instead tried to speak intelligently, which I discovered wasn't my forte. Halfway through the class, I edged away from the Chinese circle, where 4 students and Zach were brilliant, and rejoined Barry, the guy who got my imaginary sister pregnant. "Buenos dias," he said it seriously. I smiled at him and used my cute phrase. It would be a shame to waste it. He looked kind of startled, but responded almost according to the possibilities I'd studied. We had a semi-flirtatious conversation, which ended in me giving him a lollipop as class ended. I gathered up my books and was surprised when Zach fell in beside me. "How is Barry's amnesia?" I glanced over at him and smiled. He remembers me, but alas, he's still going to marry my sister. "Do you want a lollipop? Tiramisu?" He took one with a smile. "You should have stayed in my group. You would learn more about linguistics in 5 minutes with people who know what they're doing than an hour with someone like Barry." I hesitated for a minute. Was that jealousy? I studied his blue eyes, but he didn't look anything other than intent. "You really know what you're talking about. I mean, you're really talented at languages. I didn't want to interrupt your conversation." He shrugged. "It's a bit boring, to be honest." "You're never dull." Was that what I was going for? Weird. I gave him a wan smile and headed to my math class. After lunch, I went to the stables, and when I got there, The instructor put his hand on my shoulder and led me over to Zack, where he stood in his very flattering riding gear. Mr. Stoneborough is going to teach you how to not fall off a horse. If you have any questions or problems, ask him. He knows his way around an animal. With that, I was left staring at Zack, feeling awkward. I hadn't tried to look cute, and my hair was in a sensible braid over my shoulder. I couldn't flip it or twirl my skirt. I hadn't even brought lollipops to suck provocatively. "Shall we start?" He didn't smile, and his tone was really flat. Maybe he didn't want to be there. Of course. He went slowly. That was the largest difference between him and the real instructor, the fact that he didn't skip anything. He explained all the little stupid things I should already know but didn't, like not walking behind a horse, and how to get a horse to like you, and how to check under the saddle for burrs or other foreign objects. I forgot that I was supposed to be flirting with him and just listened intently and learned. When he slipped into Spanish, I gave him a questioning glance, but he didn't act like he noticed. And then when he repeated a phrase in 3 languages, I shook my head. "So you're teaching me languages and dressage? You're very efficient." He smiled at me, the first time since I'd seen him in the stable with Henrietta. "You'll catch on quickly. It's satisfying to have an intelligent student." I raised my eyebrows. "So, I'm your student now. I'll have to start bringing you and Henrietta apples." He shook his head. "Stick with lollipops, at least for me." He smiled one last time, and then it was time for me to mount up. I wanted to hurry up and get it over with, but he had me take my time, his hands over mine as I held the reins, his hands holding the stirrup for me, and then giving me a boost up to the saddle, his hands on my waist. I sat there on top of Henrietta, feeling too high off the ground because I was almost certain she was going to start dancing around. She snorted and tossed her head once before she settled down and let Zack lead her out of the stables and onto a field. We walked around. Well, he and Henrietta walked while I sat upright on the horse, trying to remember how to hold my knees, my ankles, my hands, and my shoulders. My stomach was aching by the time we got back to the stables, golden strands of hay floating through sunbeams in the old stone and wood building as Henrietta trotted in. "Dismount," Zack said, putting a hand on my leg. I kind of jumped at that touch, and Henrietta took that moment to help me off. I hit Zack kind of hard, but he didn't fall over backwards. Instead, he wrapped his arms around me, and I slid down him to the ground like he was used to catching inept horse riders. I stared at him while he held me and the horse at the same time. Henrietta stood stolidly, apparently satisfied once she had me off her, even if I was pinned between her and Zack. "Sorry about that." I winced and tried to edge away from him. He cleared his throat and stepped back, giving me a slight smile before turning to the horse, stroking her dark gray nose. "Henrietta, you need to be nice or Penny isn't going to give you any lollipops." I smiled slightly and took another step away from them. I hadn't relaxed since the moment I'd gotten on the horse's back. "Or apples. We can't keep meeting like this." "You mean parting?" Zack glanced at me with a slight smile. I sighed. "You linguists are so particular, but..." "Thanks, Zack. Thank you for being my private horse tutor. Apparently, I need special help. It's the least I can do after yesterday." I froze. Was he talking about the licking the shake off me thing? Yesterday? He focused on Henrietta, stroking her face with his steady hands. "Viney asked me to invite you to polo practice. Drake always does something like that at the first one. He's methodical about his madness. Likes to set the tone for the new year. I don't know why Vine wanted you to see his vicious streak, but I didn't mean to upset you." I exhaled and beamed at him. "It's fine. Don't worry about it unless that means you'll have to give me more special lessons, because in that case, I was completely traumatized." He laughed. His voice was soft and gentle, like his hands on the horse. I'll come again on Thursday. It will be my reward for pasta dough. He looked at me and raised his eyebrow. You're in pasta dough already. That's right. We did that as freshmen. How is your partner doing? He looked like he was fighting a grin. Well, I think I bruised his tailbone when I knocked him over, but I think that Drake can take a fall. His eyes widened. Drake? He's your pasta dough partner? I sighed and nodded. It's pretty terrible. I feel almost as bad for him as I do for you. At least I didn't knock you over. He smiled slightly. Maybe I'm just a better catch. Listen, Penny, I saw the show last night Drake put on for his audience. I stiffened and felt my cheeks heat up. Oh, it wasn't how it looked. He put a gentle hand on my shoulder, like I was a horse he was taming or something. I wanted to bite his hand, sink my teeth really deep, until he stopped looking at me with pity in his eyes. Horror and fear would have been so much better. Penny, a lot of girls really like Drake, but he only messes with them. What he did, that's going to make them crazy, and they're already crazy. He likes them to be jealous and cruel to each other. He likes it. I nodded slowly, pulling out a lollipop. I stared at it. The shiny cellophane wrapper. There was something so therapeutic about ripping cellophane that crinkled so nice. Are you warning me not to be jealous when he licks another girl? I'm pretty sure I'll just be relieved that it's not me. I didn't mean for any of that. He cut me off. I know. I saw the footage and the way he grabbed you, the way you looked, paralyzed with shock. I don't think it would make anyone jealous, but I think you should be careful. Be really careful. I laughed. You don't need to worry about me. I'm tougher than I look. He nodded, still staring at Henrietta. I just wish that Drake would leave you alone. People are saying that Drake broke Jackson's arm because that's the one he used to hurt you. What? He waved his hand. It's not like Drake to have deep motives. He just likes to hurt people. And Jackson has been irritating him for a long time. But you know how people talk. Not really. Thanks for your help with writing. I'll see you later. I've got to get changed before class. Business. Drake was in that one with me. Hopefully he would ignore me, like the last class. I waved at Zach and hurried to change in my room. I flopped on my bed for a minute and swung while I stared at those mysterious figures in the trees. Zach had seen the video of the malted thing. I screwed up my face and put my pillow over my head so I could scream. I couldn't go to class with Drake. Something horrible was going to happen. I gritted my teeth and rolled out of bed. I was acting ridiculous. I smoothed down my suit and put my hair in a high ponytail so I looked less cute and flirty. I should have pants to wear to business class. Why didn't I have pants? I went to class sucking on a calming lollipop, but all my nervousness was unnecessary because Drake wasn't there. I took careful notes, and after that I had my favorite class, history, with the divine Professor Vale. She wore leather pants that day with a spiked leather jacket. She did this rap sequence of Shakespeare that completely blew me away. Even Viney looked impressed. After that, Viney grabbed my arm and glared at me. I licked my lips. Macaroons and parfait. Hey, Viney. I'm sorry about yesterday. I was pretty tired and kind of upset. I'm sure you understand. It was too cruel of him to use me just to make some girl jealous. Her eyes widened. Who, Drake? I nodded, looking mournful and all kicked puppy. I thought he kind of liked me, but he told me there's this other girl that he likes, and she's the one who that whole performance was for. He's so cruel. I wonder who she is. Do you know who Drake might like? She shook her head violently and dropped my arm before spinning away to march purposefully into the distance. Good enough. Apparently my dramatic flair was useful for something. Real-world skills. I walked slowly back to my dorm, dodging a few times from errant missiles and accidentally kicking a girl who tried to trip me. If only I had my boots. When I got to my room, I took off my suit, hanging it neatly before I put on a floral dress and my apron. I hummed as I got all my tubes filled, smelling beeswax and shea butter, along with lavender and peppermint. I needed to make a nice bruise cream for my knee because it was really ugly. At least I'd been wearing the riding pants when Zach had walked beside me. Darkly Sweet, Chapter 11. Which I was happily pouring lotion into hot bottles to cool, and was on the last bottle of that batch when someone knocked. I checked the time and saw 5:30. Maybe Zach wanted to go to dinner with me. I pulled off my apron, undid my hair, and fluffed it before I opened the door with my sweetest smile. My smile froze, and so did I. Drake stood there looking dangerous and blatantly beautiful. My fingers immediately began to tingle. I fought the urge to slam the door. "Drake, what are you doing here?" He raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" I glanced over my shoulder at my room and then stepped out into the common room. I don't think that's a good idea. Senior Mort is having his nap. He gets cranky if someone disturbs him. Are you ready to go? Where? Community service. He smirked at me. Don't tell me that you forgot about it. That would be a pity. I told the head doctor that you were coming, and he was so excited. He has something special planned for you. Something special sounded horrifying. Are you serious? He nodded. Don't make me cancel, he would cry. He's a very emotional guy. I thought that we already talked about this. I'm sorry, Drake, but I have a lot of homework to do. I'm going to help you with business. I shook my head. You weren't in class today. He grinned. Did you miss me? I tightened my lips. I really don't think that's a good idea. I mean, it will give people the wrong impression. That we care about people? That you like me. He cocked his head, teeth sharp on his full bottom lip. I hate to break it to you, but that's not what people will think. I crossed my arms and tried not to notice his mouth, focusing instead on his eyes. What will they think? That I'm bored and you're weird and I'll amuse myself at your expense until you get boring too. I froze and fought the urge to knee him in his kidneys. If that's how you feel about it, then I'm sure you won't mind going without me. He put his arm around my shoulder, and a few things happened. I couldn't quite breathe right. He smelled so incredibly rich, like a black cherry chocolate truffle. The other thing was that Zach came out of his room. I tried to duck away from Drake, but he tightened his hold, and I couldn't get away from him unless I did something violent. What are you up to, Drake? Zach studied Drake. Then me, his mouth thinning when he saw the way Drake gripped me. Would this kind of thing make him jealous in a good way? Penny asked me to take her to the hospital to do some community service. Isn't that like her? So compassionate and caring? She's even rubbing off on me. Why don't you come along, Zach? We can mop some floors or read books to people in comas. Zach shook his head, forcing a smile. Maybe next time. See you later. He stood there, and I couldn't do anything besides smile at him while Drake hauled me out of the room. He dropped his arm once we were in the hall, and I took a deep breath and tried to think happy thoughts. This would be good. Drake would only want to do this once. I had to be really brilliant if I wanted to deal with him, without screaming and pelting him with acid bombs. What I needed to do and be was boring, insipid, and it would help if I could throw myself at him like all the other girls. You know, without losing it completely and sinking my teeth in his skin or setting him on fire. I glanced up at him and tried to visualize behaving like those other girls. The ones he didn't bother, but it was impossible. If I tried to kiss him, I'd end up biting him instead and liking it. Thanks for agreeing to do this, Drake. It's going to be good to take a break from thinking about school for a little while. He glanced at me with his eyebrows raised. Weren't you just saying that you didn't want to come? I chewed on my bottom lip before smiling brightly. It seemed almost like you didn't hear me. Of course I want to. It's just difficult for me to hang around you when you're so attractive and dangerous. And how many girls like you? Blay. That had been worst come online ever. He patted my shoulder. Hang in there. You're doing all right. It was so hard not to slam his face against a marble pillar until his lips were a little less perfect. Instead, I studied the floor of the hall until we got to a covered walkway that led to the garage. Why are you doing this, Drake? It doesn't make sense that you'd spend your time. Penny, you think too much. A girl like you just needs to look cute. Don't try to understand someone as complicated as me. I smiled sweetly while I visualized shoving a fork into his eyeball. Bonbons. Macaroons. That's so true. Thank you for reminding me of the broad distance between the two of us. You are so deep and anguished, like a complex baked Alaska, while I'm nothing but a creamy truffle, one of those with lots of sugar and milk. And sprinkles. He stared at me, kind of frozen expression before he grinned. Who is he? I stared at him. Excuse me? Who is the guy that you like so much that you can resist my charm? I raised my eyebrows skeptically. He was supposed to be charming. I tried to look vaguely confused. Was I resisting? That would only make you more. I mean, how can I resist someone who smells like black cherries and acts like baked Alaska? But you must know that if you flat out reject me, that will only make me pursue you more vigorously. I'm contrary like that. I'm waiting for you to throw yourself at me in an effort to get rid of me. I stared at him with my mouth open while he smiled smugly and walked a few steps away from me before he glanced at me over his shoulder. Aren't you coming, Penny Lane? After that, we walked in silence beneath the covered walkway to the garage, where he stopped in front of his large, dark green Suburban. You drive a soccer mom car. He glanced at me, green eyes the color of his car. Don't worry, I don't drive like a soccer mom at all. You shouldn't say things like that, Penny. It makes it very difficult for me not to flirt with you. I glanced at him skeptically while he opened the passenger door for me, and after hesitating, I scrambled up, showing a lot of thigh from my short skirt. I really needed to find some pants somewhere. How is your knee? He asked as he settled in beside me, buckling up. I looked around, trying to gauge how many people were going to gossip about me driving around with Drake Huntsman, but I didn't see anyone. I kind of ducked down anyway. What? I said when I realized he was looking at me like I was supposed to say something. He nodded down to my knee where I'd wrapped it with a poultice. Oh, it's good. How about your hand? He nodded to my still gauze-wrapped hand. I laughed and pulled out a lollipop. Doesn't it seem like I have a lot of injuries for the first 2 days at school? He frowned and his hands tightened on the steering wheel. As a matter of fact, I think you do. Don't you ever want to get some real vengeance? Not just let some guy drink malted off you, but actually hurt someone. Honestly, it's a little bit therapeutic to plan someone's demise, and the tears in their eyes as they beg you for mercy. But then I get stuck on logistics. Logistics? Do you need help planning a good revenge? I shook my head and dug my fingers into the edge of the leather seat as he accelerated down the steep road through the trees. I don't stop daydreaming at that point, but always end up where I become the person I hate, where the best things about who I am are destroyed by my hatred for someone else. There is no way to hurt someone else without it hurting you more in the end. He raised his eyebrows skeptically. Who told you that? I cocked my head and smiled at him. You did. Your focus on fear and violence robs you of satisfaction from all the amazing things you accomplish with your talents. Instead of doing something hard like making friends out of enemies or forgiving, you hurt people. Instead of truly challenging yourself, You settle into what comes, easily to your nature. And what's the fun in that? Wow. I'd really said all of that with a straight face. Where had I picked that up from? Passiones, probably. He exhaled and then laughed, but it sounded different than his usual hard and dangerously edgy laugh. Enough, Sensi. I told you I'd help you with business. Let's start with basics. How do you make certain you have a high enough profit threshold to maintain stability? I pretended to have no idea, and he explained in great detail all the way to the hospital. While he talked, I couldn't ignore the panic that built inside my chest as I stared at the road, then glanced at him, his eyes focused on the road while he talked, gesturing instead of keeping both hands on the wheel at all times. I tugged on the seatbelt, checking its strength while I nodded at Drake and tried not to throw open the door and jump out into the woods. He glanced at me more often the closer we got to town, and it seemed like the closer we got, the faster he drove, and the wilder he careened around curves until I was hyperventilating. Finally, we were in town, and he had to slow down, jerking to a stop before he revved the engine, throwing me back against the seat while he drove around the hospital to the parking lot. He slammed on the brake while I unlatched my seatbelt and threw open the door. I slammed it closed behind me and leaned against it, breathing hard like a wolf was chasing me. Drake came around until he stood in front of me, but I didn't look at him because I couldn't quite smile, and I thought I might throw up. I was supposed to be bubblegum, not vomit. After a second, Drake shoved me back against the car, then grabbed my wrists, putting them above my head while he loomed over me, only not that looming since I was quite tall. Thank you very much. I stared at him, his eyes glinting green, fury flashing through them like I'd insulted his grandmother. Do you have a grandmother? My voice barely shook, so that was something. I still wanted to throw up. I hadn't felt like this for years and years. Well, not from riding in a car anyway. He leaned harder against me, the lines of his chest pressing into me. No. I swallowed and inhaled deeply, ignoring the knotted panic twisting inside my stomach and chest, like a twining pile of worms. Eels. Something with sharp teeth and slimy squirming. No, forget about that. Think about something else. Something like Drake so I don't throw up on him. Black cherry. He smelled like black cherry. He smelled like black cherry, right? Not really. He smelled more like lava and angry burning. I like your new aftershave. Very volcano. Matches your hair. I wonder what they use for that. Musk, maybe, with a hint of charcoal and sulfur. Not an everyday kind of scent, but very distinctive. He growled at me like a big bad wolf. The growl cut through the panic until I could really focus on him, and me, and us, him holding me against the passenger door of his car with my hands above my head. Why were my hands above my head, held in his strong fingers, and his body pressed against me? What are you doing? I stared at him, the way the afternoon light played on his hair, gold and russet, eyes burning emerald into me while his lips pursed into a bud. Angry lips. I wanted that anger. Anger would push back the panic, the mindless fear that left me a spineless cuttlefish. I leaned my head down against his shoulder, pressing my cheek against the warm skin of his neck. Not warm, hot, volcanic. I inhaled deeply while I trembled, my nose brushing against his throat. Black cherry bloomed from his skin until I was dizzy from it. He stiffened up and pushed away from me, dropping my hands and crossing his arms over his chest. He cleared his throat. What's your problem? My arms slid down the car door until they were limp at my sides. Problem? What problem? He raised an eyebrow, cocking his head. I would have to be very oblivious not to notice how. He blinked, and something shifted across his face. I have a temper. Seeing you so afraid of me when I've put so much effort into reining in my less gentlemanly impulses doesn't agree with me. I apologize for grabbing you like that. I cocked my head while I studied him. I really wanted to close the distance between us, so I could focus on his skin, his scent instead of the growing tangle in my stomach. It should be easing by now. I wasn't in the car anymore, but apparently the fear wasn't in any hurry to move along. That was your temper, really. That's kind of disappointing. He stared at me steadily. How so? You want me to ravage you against a car? I smiled a shaky, trembling smile because that's the only kind I had. Is that what being ravaged is like? I don't think you're very good at it. Not to insult you, but you didn't even kiss me. His mouth twitched, but that was the only reaction. You want me to kiss you? Oh no, I'd probably throw up in your mouth, and no one deserves that. Do you mind? Would you? Can I? I closed my eyes tight and then took the 2 steps until I'd bumped into him. He stood there while I leaned against him, inhaling deeply while my heart pounded and the nausea clawed at my throat. He smelled of volcano again, and then black cherry, and then a weird mix before he grabbed my shoulders and held me away from him. What is wrong with you? I blinked at him while involuntary and disgusting tears filled my eyes. I'm afraid of cars. Sorry, I should have mentioned it before I rode with you, but it hasn't been so bad for a really long time, and I just sort of hoped it was over. I can sit in the back without having such a pathetic and disgusting reaction, but the front turns me into a sniveling wreck. I'm sorry I wanted to touch you. You smell like really interesting things and your skin is hot, so it's distracting from the nausea and the eels swimming around my intestines, unless my guts are eels. And that's the problem. He stared at me, his eyebrows coming together while his fingers dug into my shoulders until he jerked me back against him. I inhaled deeply and pressed my face against his skin. I'll take this as you begging me to grab you. It's not quite the scenario I imagined, but maybe I should get used to being surprised where you're concerned. He pulled me closer, making my stomach lurch. Be gentle, or I'll surprise you with vomit. How am I supposed to be surprised if you warn me? He gave me another, only slightly gentler squeeze. No one likes puke surprises. I do. I like all kinds of surprises, particularly about you. Do you prefer me to hold you closer to me or further away, and where should I put my hands for maximum distraction? That's what we're doing, right? Distracting you from your fear. I could tickle you. I'd definitely throw up. I could kiss you. I tried to pull away, but when fear gripped me, I was about as strong as a dish rag. I told you I'd probably vomit in your mouth. That's a risk I'm willing to take. I snorted and smiled against his neck. You really know how to live on the edge. He leaned his cheek against my hair and relaxed his hands, sliding them around my shoulders to my back. You have no idea. Do you want me to talk about my edges? I have so many. The edge of my nose, my shins, although you already know my shins intimately. I like going fast in cars, on horses, anything really. Speed, the thrill of almost dying. It's one of the things I live for. You live to feel like you're dying. That makes sense. I hesitated before I added in a pathetic mule, talking helps. His hands smoothed across my back, sending a shiver over my skin in spite of the nausea knotting my stomach. Your hands are still gripping your skirt like you're trying to strangle it. I've seen a lot of people vulnerable, terrified, but you're the first one who asked about my grandmother. You have ridiculously good manners for a petrified person. I shuddered while a wave of terror swept through me. I gasped, while my stomach knotted tighter and bile coated my throat. I twisted to the side right before I threw up. Drake kept one arm around me and pulled my hair back with the other hand so I wouldn't have to wash out puke. Really, it was the sweetest thing anyone had ever done for me. What was wrong with him? I retched until my stomach was horribly empty, and then I kind of dangled from Drake. His arm wrapped around my ribs. His hand spread over my sides so there wasn't any pressure on my stomach. I stayed like that, with trails of spit dripping from my lips until I straightened and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. I stared at the hospital with him behind me, still holding on to me. I waited for him to hurt me, to say the words I deserved for being so weak, so pathetic and disgusting. I counted the windows of the 2-story gray building while I concentrated on breathing in and out. You're missing 2 ribs. I covered his hand with mine, the strong fingers wrapped around my side, the position perfect for burying into my vulnerable side and squeezing my internal organs. Car accident. 5 years old. 6 weeks in the IQ. It's stupid. I should be over it. He didn't squeeze anything, but held still, very still, like he was holding my organs in place, protecting me. You lost 2 ribs in a car accident when you were 5. It must have been horrible. I shrugged. I don't remember. It's disgusting to be afraid of something I can't even remember. He let go of my hair and wrapped his other arm around me, brushing his fingers along my jaw. You keep saying that. I'm not sure what's so disgusting about fear. Terrifying, yes. Disgusting, no. You don't think being thrown up on is disgusting? He tightened his arms only slightly, pulling my back closer to his chest. Not particularly. You can't live on the edge without encountering things like blood, broken bones poking out of your skin, vomit, urine. You didn't even piss yourself. It's impressive. I ground my teeth and stiffened up as the fear loosed its hold on me, and I had the delayed realization of who exactly had seen my core. My true self. I had the genetic disposition to be nothing more than a spineless coward, and now Drake Huntsman knew it. You're feeling better. That means I should let go of you. For some reason, I don't want to. You must hate me having my hand here, right where you're most vulnerable. I could hurt you so easily. So, hurt me. That wouldn't bother you as much as seeing you throw up. No, I think I've tortured you enough for one day. Have to save something for next time. He let go of me, and I whirled around, staring at him wildly. He wasn't smiling, frowning, anything really. He watched, waiting to see what I'd do next. Right. I was Penny Macaroon Lane, human gumball. How did that work? I inhaled, shuddering, and licked my lips. I needed a lollipop. I took a step towards him and gave him a weak smile. Will you please move? You're blocking the door. I left my bag in your car. He raised an eyebrow before he turned and got my bag out, then held it up in front of me, strap dangling from his hand. I held out my hand and waited incredibly patiently until he lowered it, his fingers brushing mine, sending awareness through me that I hadn't had to deal with when I was scared stupid. So there was one perk to being scared. I smiled at him brightly while I fished through my bag until I found the right kind of lollipop. I unwrapped the cellophane with trembling fingers. I walked towards the hospital, my legs weak and not only from ballet. He walked beside me, blatantly staring at me. What are you looking at? I turned my head and saw his slight smile, eyes narrowing seductively as he took a step closer to me until his arm brushed mine. I'm starting to feel things I've never felt before. Confusion mostly. Penny, are you really so afraid of something that irrational? It's not irrational. People die in car crashes all the time. It was irrational. I couldn't even remember it, but it still haunted me, controlled me. But it is disgusting, right? I inhaled sharply, feeling my shoulders tighten. Yes, it was. It's not, but someone's worked very hard to convince you that it is, that you are. Your mother. I laughed. My mother. How did he think I knew about how disgusting fear was? I'd seen her a sniveling wreck when she tried to leave the house. She'd made it down the steps and across the dirt drive. I had to drag her back inside by her hair because she was out of her mind at that point and couldn't find the house through her hysterical tears while Revere was off getting groceries or something. Not your mother. Father? I shook my head tightly. Revere is the only father figure I have. Everything about me disgusts him. Particularly your tea party outfits? I shrugged. Not particularly. My mother hates them the most. The walk to the hospital was taking forever. Why didn't he stop talking? He should be tired of me at this point. The novelty couldn't possibly be there after I'd thrown up. Whatever annoying thing he said. Is it the pink or the ruffles she finds objectionable? I stopped walking and turned to stare at him. Either, both. What does it matter? Why are you doing this? Community service is good for the soul, and my soul is pretty sick. I sucked on my lollipop while I stared at him, his eyes glinting with amusement. He found this whole thing amusing, me scared, me pathetic, me out of control. He was genuinely enjoying himself. Why did you want to drag me out of my room when I'm tired and hungry and need to do so much that I just can't do? I can't even ride in a car without breaking down. You're Drake flaming Huntsman. Why don't you find someone who would appreciate the whole rapturous experience and not throw up on you? I know that school is probably pretty boring. And I'm a new thing, but it's not fun for me. You should drag someone to the edge who likes it there instead of someone whose only glorious accomplishment is making lollipops. He raised an eyebrow as he kept walking towards the building. When are you going to let me have one? They're supposed to be incredible. I scowled, but it was okay because he wasn't looking at me. Still, I should control myself, the parts I could control. I forced a sweet smile to my mouth. Are they? Barry told me all about it. I think he has a little crush on you. He's only a junior, though, so I'd take it easy on him. I blew out noisily. No, you'd see his weakness and pounce on it. You are the big, bad wolf. He glanced at me, grinning, before he started muttering under his breath. What are you saying? Foreign language. Don't worry about it, he continued his muttering like a crazy person, all the way to the revolving door. Shall we? He finally stopped the muttering and gestured me through. I gave him a polite smile I reserved for crazy people like my mother, and headed into the hospital lobby. Darkly Sweet, Chapter 12. Witch. It smelled weird, like pine tree air fresheners and rubber. He led me past the front desk and down a hall. When he opened a door at the end of the hall, a woman wearing blue scrubs smiled at him. The doctor is on his way. Would either of you like a lollipop? Drake glanced at me and raised an eyebrow before he took a sucker from the nurse. Thanks. She's already got one, so I'll take hers too. He winked at the woman and she blushed and shook her head, tutting at him. Drake and Penny, isn't it? I turned and smiled at the young doctor who held a clipboard in his steady hands. He was kind of cute. I gave him a little wave. Hi, thanks for letting us come by. Drake gave me a quick look before turning towards the doctor. That's right. There's nothing more uplifting than community service. The doctor spoke to the nurse. Dottie, take Penny to visit our young princesses. Drake, you come with me. I felt practically normal, as though I hadn't had a complete breakdown in the parking lot, as I followed Dottie out the door and down the hall towards a room full of kids, many of them without any hair. I froze in the doorway while they all looked at me, eyes large and their little bodies so small. It smelled like pain and fear, the horrible feeling I'd been paralyzed by so recently. I swallowed and forced a fabulously happy smile to my lips. Hi! One little girl came up and stared at me, standing right in front of me with the most enormous brown eyes in her sweet face. Are you Rapunzel? I hesitated as the other little girls gathered around me before I nodded. That's right, I'm Rapunzel. I was trapped in my tower by my wicked witch of a mother. Another girl gasped and reached out to touch my long, strawberry gold curls. How did you escape? Did a prince rescue you? I knelt down on the floor, and the girls all gathered around, leaning forward. anxious to hear every word about my exciting escape. I made it good, embellishing the story about the bored princess in her tower, giving her a magic cloak and mirror that she could travel to alternate dimensions with, and then how she met her prince in one of these worlds. But he couldn't see her face beneath the cloak, or her mother would know. And curse her to never leave her tower again. I used to tell stories to my pets, the vermin I collected and dressed up for tea parties. The kids were a much better audience. None of them bit me, and they gasped at all the best parts. Even though he could never see my face, he loved me because I was smart, funny, kind, and stubborn. He liked stubbornness in women. In his small village, many people were afraid of the unknown. Someone raised the cry of witch and wanted to burn me, accusing me of being a monster beneath the hood. To save me, the prince pulled back my hood, revealing my face and brilliant eyes. But alas, the moment he saw me, I was pulled back through the mirror to the tower where my wicked witch of a mother waited. They gasped, and I sighed dramatically as I tried to think how to make this story have a happy ending with me looking cute in a hospital. The kids leaned forward, eyes rapt as they waited, breathless to find out what happened to their princess. Finally, after searching through all the different worlds for thousands of years using the magic cloak, the man found my world, the birds I described, the color of the sky, everything exactly as I'd named it. He searched for me for years until he finally came to my tower. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair that I may climb the golden stair. I frowned at them. Having someone climb up your hair isn't any fun. Even though I loved my prince very much, I insisted that he had to find a different way up to my tower. He tried catching a flock of birds and having them carry him to the top, but he picked sparrows, and we all know how bird-brained they are. Next, he tried lassoing the top of the tower to climb up, but of course, every time he got his lasso around the building, the rope slid down to the ground. Finally, gathering his courage, he scaled the tower, fingers gripping the stones as he clung to his love and his hope. By the time he reached the top, he was really tired, so I gave him a nice cup of tea, and then we captured a flock of ravens, which are very intelligent birds, and flew far away where the wicked witch could never find us again. I smiled while they sighed happily. One girl with a shiny bare head reached out to stroke my hair. Another girl did the same. I thought I'd feel poked and prodded, but instead I felt kind of aching. I couldn't imagine losing my hair. All the other things I'd lost, all the pain, fear. I'd always had my hair to hide me from the rest of the world. Do you guys want to fix my hair? I have a comb in my bag. They cheered and scrambled all over me, tugging and wrestling until each girl had her own strand of hair to do whatever she liked with. I learned their names while they braided and knotted my hair, learned what they liked, how long they'd been in the hospital, what they liked about it, what they didn't like, which ones missed their families, which ones missed their pets. I told them funny stories about Signor Mort, and they clapped their hands in delight when I described him in his hat and vest, drinking tea like a gentleman. When Drake came to find me, my hair tangled into knots with all sorts of garish hair bows, ribbons, and clips, I didn't want to leave. Not just because I'd have to ride in the car with Drake double shutter, but because for a long time I'd forgotten that I was supposed to be something else. Someone else. I waved goodbye over and over, promising that I'd come back while Drake stood in the doorway, waiting, watching, his eyes kind of dangerous. Was he the kind of person who would mindlessly search for something for 1,000 years? No, he wouldn't waste his time. He'd wrap things up much more quickly. I should make the kids lollipops, peppermint for nausea, something for the pain, and of course something to make them happy. What are you thinking about? I glanced over at him. Why did he watch me like that? There was nothing to see. Lollipops. What? I added when he smiled like that meant something. That's what you want for dinner. I shook my head. Who eats lollipops for dinner? I'm going to make them, colt's foot. I think for the pain and borage to help with their homesickness. He stared at me for a moment before he nodded, unsmiling. Of course. What do you want to eat? His shoes squeaked against the tiled floor, and his voice was brisk and no nonsense. Food? He nudged me. I'm going to feed you before I take you back to school. You threw up lunch, so you must be starving. I'm surprised that you didn't gobble up a child or two. We can stop at a restaurant or go to the cafeteria here. I should warn you that hospital food is terrible. I stopped and stared at him. He wanted to take me to dinner. That sounded suspiciously like a date. I wasn't on a date with Drake Huntsman, was I? Of course not. Community service was not a date, and people didn't throw up on dates or pin them to cars. I was almost positive about that. He smiled slightly and reached up to flick a hot pink bow in my hair. I know it's a difficult and important decision, but try to make it quickly before I get too hungry and nibble on you. What kind of food is in the cafeteria? That seems like the most efficient choice. That way we wouldn't have to drive anywhere else. It's delicious if you like reconstituted freeze-dried potatoes, slimy green beans, soggy cheese toast, and cardboard meatloaf. Cardloaf, and we can't forget about the coleslaw. He screwed up his face horribly. I laughed and tried to smother it. I cleared my throat and smoothed my skirt down. I might throw up again, and the idea of tasting slimy green beans twice. Maybe we should go somewhere else. He smiled, and we walked out of the doors into the evening air. A little cooler than before. I slowed down as we got closer to his big car truck thing. Do you want me to knock you unconscious? I'd have to grab you, for purely transportational purposes, naturally. I shook my head and pressed my lips together. I'm fine. Just, can we take it slow? I looked up at him and couldn't help the weakness, the vulnerability. He grinned. If you're worried that I'll be bored with you too quickly if we move fast. That's fine with me. I pulled out a lollipop and undid the cellophane. I sucked on it, lavender and St. John's wort, until he put his hands on my shoulders, pulling me closer. I struggled not to bite him. I did not need him to touch me anymore, couldn't handle it, and maintain my macaroon persona. His voice was a low growl, his eyes dark and intent. I'll go slow if you let me have your lollipop. I took it out of my mouth, and he bent down, covering it with his mouth quickly. Hey, I'll get you a new one. Not this kind. This isn't the nice kind, and I haven't brushed my teeth since the last time I threw up. That's really gross. He pulled his head back, pulling the stick out of my hand. He tongued it into the side of his mouth and smiled at me. Do I look as sexy as you do when I suck on this? He bent his head down, making his eyes go all Alston sweet, green beneath the fall of auburn hair. You have freckles on your nose that make you look like a 5-year-old. No wonder you like tea parties. I shook my head, walking faster. Let's get this over with. Drive fast. I climbed in the passenger door and put on my seatbelt while he walked around to the driver's side. I noticed him take out the lollipop, frown at it, and then put it back in his mouth before getting in. He reached forward, turning on the stereo so that loud music filled the car. I covered my ears at the sudden sound while he started the engine and pulled out, driving smoothly this time, not jerking to a stop and accelerating. After driving through town, he pulled up outside a little Chinese restaurant that lacked the gleam of cleanliness the shops closer to town had. He turned off the engine, and it was suddenly quiet. How do you want to do this? Drake put the lollipop back in his mouth while I inhaled deeply. I think that this time you shouldn't pin me against the car, although... Can I hold your hand? I was such an idiot. But that short of a ride left me weak, and my stomach knotted. He raised his eyebrows as he extended his hand towards me, palm up. Who's the 5-year-old now? I grinned at him as I gripped his hand with both of mine. I love tea parties. I squeezed his fingers and felt an almost immediate dimming of the nausea, along with the growing scent of black cherry. He rolled his eyes. I meant, how do you want to get food? This place isn't that popular with kids from our school, but I can't guarantee there won't be someone who might report the shocking scene to everyone else. I know you're concerned with your reputation, so that guy you're angling for doesn't think you're unavailable. I wondered if you'd like to put my shirt over your face, like a disguise, or if you'd rather I ordered and got everything and we could eat out here. I stared at his hand, my fingers white from hanging onto him so hard, while his own skin might wear my imprint after I let go. I had to let go of him. In a minute. What were we talking about? How to order? He made it seem so complicated. Okay, what do you want me to get you? He frowned. What do you mean? His hand gripped me back, easing the panic. I can go in and order while you wait in your car. Didn't you say that we shouldn't be seen together? He pulled his hand away until I reluctantly let go. He shook it and smiled slightly. You have a good grip. No. I said that you don't want to be seen with me because you like someone else. I'm giving you the opportunity to deny that you could ever want someone without freckles. How do you know that he doesn't have freckles? He raised an eyebrow while his lips curled. So, there is someone else. I laughed and turned to open the door. There are a lot of other people. You do realize that you aren't the only person in the world, don't you? He followed me over the blacktop towards the low-slung Chinese place. I don't take girls to restaurants. I paused for a moment before I nodded. Then you didn't take me. We'll just go in, order separately, and eat separately. You're making this more complicated than it needs to be. You want to eat alone? I hesitated. I was supposed to be a macaroon. I turned and batted my eyelashes at him. It seems to be the most logical solution, don't you think? I gazed up at Drake, sort of shyly. He looked uncomfortable, possibly nauseous, then walked into the restaurant ahead of me. I followed after a minute or so and ordered my food. I sat on the other side of the restaurant from the bar where he leaned, looking irritated. I ordered plates of dizzying variety. I ate until I couldn't eat anymore, and then I got up and noticed that Drake wasn't in the restaurant. Maybe he got bored and left me there. It would be hard to find my way back to the school, but maybe walking up a mountain through the woods in the dark would be less stressful than riding with Drake. Yeah, not really. Maybe there. I shrugged as I went up to the counter to pay for my meal. The host refused my money, explaining in only slightly accented English that my man had insisted on paying for my dinner as well as his. I tried, but I couldn't be a bonbon and still push people around. I took the fortune cookie he gave me, thanked him, and left the restaurant. Drake was sitting on the hood of his soccer mom car, leaning back on the windshield to look at the stars. You didn't have to pay. You're welcome. He still had the lollipop stick in his mouth and didn't look at me. I stood there for a minute before I went closer. Aren't we going? You eat a lot. I exhaled and crossed my arms instead of hitting his leg. Gently, cutesy, not breaking bones or anything. That's not polite to say to a girl. It's true, though. I'm always starving. After the cook left, it's been kind of horrible eating at home. There are lots of cans of food and salad and fruit, but not actual cooking very often. Revere can cook, don't get me wrong, but he's more into dusting and laundry than cooking. He swung his legs off the hood and slid down, landing with an ominous thump beside me. He took my shoulders in his strong hands and looked at me intently. That is the most heart-wrenching, poor little rich girl story I have ever heard. What can I do to console you? You can take your hands off me. He raised an eyebrow at the tone of my voice. But he did let go of me and stepped back, crossing his arms over his chest. I see. Sometimes you like me to grab you, and sometimes you don't. You're very complex. I'll have to learn how to read mixed signals. Do you want to get a malted in a cup before we head back? Yes. My mouth watered as I remembered the taste of the shake the girl had dumped on me. Maybe it watered from something else. Something to do with Drake licking it off me. I did not want to spend more time with Drake, and I definitely didn't want to be in his car more than necessary. Yes was not the right answer, but I'd said it so certainly that I couldn't take it back without sounding crazy. He studied me for a long, drawn-out moment, his eyes falling to my mouth for some reason. Maybe I had soy sauce on it. Nothing to do with Shake and him wanting to taste me. Finally, he stepped away and opened the back door, gesturing inside. Drive through. Let's go, princess. Your chariot and driver await. Darkly Sweet, Chapter 13. Which? The next day, I rolled out of bed, feeling strangely okay. I should feel worn out from my panic attack the day before. But instead, I felt relaxed while I dressed slowly, weaving a few small braids with ribbons that mingled with my curls. I wanted to take a walk in the woods. No. I wanted to run and feel the wind rush through my hair, spinning the ribbons behind me while I spread my arms and flew. I fed Senior Mort, scratched behind his ears, and headed to the cafeteria for a muffin and juice or something. I ignored the scathing looks of basically everyone before ducking out and heading to my class. I felt so strange, happy, or something. When someone opened a locker into my face before ballet, I just rubbed my nose and didn't apologize because I didn't feel angry or vengeful. Just fine. Drake wasn't going to be in my class. I knew that, but I still searched the room for his green gaze before I focused on my own reflection, my own hazel eyes. They looked different, slightly less focused. Softer. I shook my head and remembered Drake's hand on my knee, his voice coaxing my body into the correct position. I pushed myself until I was shiny with perspiration at the end of class. The freshman girl I'd accidentally kicked bumped me on my way through the door, her elbow digging into my ribs while she gave me a nasty smile. I smiled back at her, but I didn't feel anything close to anger. In my linguistics class, I tried to participate as well as I could in Zach's group, having something to say about how to ride horses when Zach carefully led the conversation in that direction. I gave him a grateful smile, and he nodded slightly before the conversation once more veered into foreign territory. Barry wasn't in class. Why did Drake know that I gave Barry lollipops? During lunch, I wasn't as hungry as usual. I took a sandwich and an apple before sliding into a seat on the edge of the room where I wouldn't get bumped so much. It was too distracting, and I had to think, Drake. I had to figure out what exactly I'd revealed about myself the evening before so I could cover for it. If Drake and Zach were friends instead of enemies, which still seemed impossible, then Drake would tell Zach what an idiotic and pathetic person I was. Zach would never marry a spineless puke face. Who would? I ate quickly and slid to the side as a girl accidentally tripped and dumped her plate of noodles where my head had been. I smiled at her and handed her a lollipop before I turned and walked away. In dressage, the instructor nodded his head into the annex to the main building where Zach had helped me the day before. Again, Zach was there, standing with Henrietta. I hesitated in the doorway before I straightened up and smiled at him brightly. Are you here again? That's so nice. But don't you have other classes you need to take? He gave me a slight smile while he rubbed Henrietta's nose. Marcus is giving me extra credit for keeping you out of the regular class. Come on, let's get started. You have a lot to learn. I smiled at him, and by the end of the class was riding short distances without Zach holding the bridle. How are you liking linguistics? I glanced at him and smiled brightly. I'm so bad. It's really nice of you to be so patient with me. Barry wasn't in class, so I'm worried that he's in a coma or having a sex change or had an affair with a mob boss's wife and gotten run over by a car. He smiled slightly, an odd smile that I wasn't used to. There was something kind of crazy in his nice blue eyes. That would be terrible, particularly if it was Drake's car. It's a tank. I thought it was more of a soccer mom car. His smile grew slightly. Did you tell Drake that? I shrugged and winced. Maybe. How did last night go? He didn't look at me while he asked me the question, walking beside me back to the barn. I inhaled, then blurted out, I threw up. It was awesome. He looked up, his blue eyes large, before he grinned and his eyes crinkled really adorably. Did you throw up on Drake? I shook my head. Too bad. Maybe next time. I sighed. I get carsick sometimes. It wasn't very. How was he? I studied him. He didn't seem all that interested in me throwing up either way. How was Drake? Weird. He didn't seem to mind the puke nearly as much as, why had he pushed me up against the car, eyes shining green with rage? Did he really hate people being afraid of him so much? He probably shouldn't break people's arms then. Wow. He walked silently for a few steps. I've heard a lot of descriptions of Drake Huntsman, and weird hasn't ever been one of them. What did he do to earn that title? I shifted and tightened my grip on the reins too much. I don't know. Just the whole thing was really strange. He stole my lollipop, the one in my mouth, which is gross. And then he was muttering like a crazy person. Said it was a foreign language and I should mind my own business. Like he had every right to mutter to himself in the parking lot. He made a sound like that was interesting. What flavor of lollipop? Lavender. Not the good kind, but what I use to help with car sickness. Also, he stole it after I threw up, which is so disgusting. I don't have the slightest idea why he'd do that. What did you do for dinner? Why were we talking about this? At least if Drake told Zach about the whole sordid affair, he'd already have heard it from me. Well, a version of it. Szechuan chicken and pot stickers. And sweet and sour soup and broccoli chow mein. And sesame chicken along with porcini mushroom stir-fry. Also a side of fried rice and some hot and spicy soup. And egg rolls. The Sichuan chicken was amazing. He laughed. You guys ate all that, or do you have leftovers? I frowned at him. Leftovers? I don't know what that is. We didn't share it. It's not like we were on a date or anything. We just happened to arrive at the same restaurant in the same car at the same time. He grinned at me. You didn't eat together? I shrugged. It's not interesting enough to talk about. He gave me that slightly wild smile again. I think it's safe to say that 90% of the student population would love to hear all about it. I flinched. Right, Drake is big news, but I'm not. You won't talk to people about it, will you? We reached the barn and he didn't answer, just helped me dismount and unsaddle the horse. Before my business class, I smoothed my skirt down and fluffed up my hair. I walked in, finding a seat without looking around for Drake. When I heard his voice, I looked over to find him leaning against a girl's desk. He was talking to her, low with this sinfully seductive smirk, then he walked up to his normal seat in the middle, barely glancing at me as he passed my desk. He opened his computer and stayed focused on his work, except for one time close to the end of class, when he raised his hand and interrupted the teacher, asking about a complicated point of business law that distracted the teacher from the lesson. I read my textbook and jotted notes in the margins about how I might be able to apply some of the concepts to my own business. I had to get a handle on classes, or I'd never be able to regain my equilibrium with my shop. By the end of class, my happy state had shifted to some kind of foot-twitching, lollipop-craving, nail-biting monster. I gripped my book and focused on it, refusing to look up at Drake. He'd paid so much attention to me the day before, but apparently he was over whatever wild hair had him chasing Penny Lane. I got up and swept out of the class without looking backwards, desperate to spend some time alone in my room. Of course, I had to make it through history first. Viney stared at me suspiciously, but I only beamed back at her and took a seat beside her. "How are you doing? Did you like reading that assignment?" "This is my favorite class." She curled her lip, her dark eyeliner looking more ominous than usual. "How dare you talk to me?" I cocked my head to study her. "What do you mean, dare?" The teacher, Professor Vale, called class to order, and I didn't get to hear her fabulous response. I took notes feverishly, and by the end of class was ready for solitude. That's when a vaguely familiar brunette blocked my exit, her eyes serious and stern behind her sensible glasses. "Did you get the flyers passed out?" It took me a minute before I remembered stupidly agreeing to help her with something. I let my eyes go all big. "Oh, I haven't really had time." She stared at me. I stared back. I pressed my lips together tightly before I smiled brightly. "I'll do it right now." She grunted. "A lot of kids are on the green right now." I nodded. "Right. I can go to the green and hand out flyers to all the lovely students at Rosewood. I'll see you later." She gave me another stern glance before she turned and marched off in her sensible Mary Janes. I walked slowly out of class, trying to rally my strength. I leaned against a wall and unwrapped a lollipop, tiramisu with lots of caffeine and sugar in it, which I sucked on until I could bounce and swish with the best of them. I pulled the flyers out of my bag where I'd shoved them on Monday and headed out to the green, where I'd first met Drake and the rest of the school. In a half hour, I'd been rejected 46 times. I wanted to hurl the flyers into the air, but that wouldn't be responsible and kind. Someone knocked into me from behind, and I fell, the flyers dropping out of my hand. A guy I didn't know dashed by, grabbing the flyers and running off while I watched him. He ran very fast and headed across the green and into the bushes. I started clapping because he was very fast. He should be on the track team. Rosewood doesn't have track team. I turned to stare up at Jackson, who'd crouched down beside me, a ridiculously attractive smile on his extremely puffy lips. That explains it. I can hardly blame someone for racing off with my papers when he has no other possible outlet. I stood up and brushed of my knees. Grass stains, but probably not a bruise. "So, you threw up on Drake?" I froze, hands on my knees. Slowly, I stood, staring at Jackson for a long time. The satisfied smirk something I was going to rip off with my perfect nails and stuff up his. Bonbons, macaroons, cheesecake. What goes down must come up. I shook my head. "Are you fascinated with vomit? Maybe if you come closer, I can throw up on you too." His smile widened, but he backed away. "Do you need help with your flyers? It's almost like no one likes you." Who besides Zach or Drake could have told Jackson about me? Why would either of them? Drake wasn't friends with Jackson, even after he broke his arm. Was he? If Zach and Drake were friends, why not Jackson? They could all laugh at me together. I clenched and unclenched my fists while I stared at him. I guess it's hard to make friends in a new place. I'm sure that, eventually. He sneered at me. "You don't belong here." He took a step closer, and I could smell something revolting rolling off his skin, like nasty socks, garlic, and mouse urine. "You belong in a cage where freaks like you can be laughed at from a safe distance." I stared at him. Instead of edging towards the violent, angry abyss, I felt a wave of vague amusement. Did he seriously think that was an insult? I smiled brightly and tucked my chin so I could give him my enormous-eyed, innocent look. "What kind of cage did you have in mind? Chains? Whips? Leather and steel?" I sounded like Marietta, the most notorious seductress in the history of the telenovela. He cleared his throat, and the scent of mouse urine faded. "I don't." He cleared his throat, and his eyes narrowed. "I'm not interested in you like that. You're disgusting. I cocked my head and reached out to stroke his clammy cheek with my fingers. I'd made him sweat. Do you know what is disgusting to me? People who make promises of pain and anguish and never follow through. I thought you were going to really hurt me, Jackson. But the next thing I know, you have a broken arm and don't seem interested in me at all. Yes, this was sick. Also weird. I clearly shouldn't have followed the Srum plotline of the Cook's show so closely. On the other hand, Jackson looked ready to faint or throw up. And that was definitely a good thing. He stood there while I curled my fingers, trying to get the feel of his skin off before I smiled brightly and swished my skirt. I'd better go find that extremely fast runner. Wish me luck. I twirled away and fluttered off after the flyers like I ever wanted to see them again. I left the green and found myself in the garden. It was very formal, all box hedges and rose arbors with fountains and benches here and there. It was nice, lovely, but I had a headache and my fingers still felt icky from touching Jackson. The nice thing about someone like him was that he could tell everyone I was a crazy seam girl, and people would believe it the same whether it was a truth or a lie. That is to say, he was a liar, and a cruel idiot who would say things just to hurt someone. Even I could see that, and I'd only talked to him twice, 3 times. Whatever. I walked further and further from the school towards the woods. The birds called louder and freer the closer I got. As I approached the dark and deep greenery, I stopped and stared at a 4-story tower, slender gray stone like an oversized tombstone. A trail of flyers led to the base of the tower, and the ladder propped against the side. This was quite the elaborate prank. So I was supposed to stupidly climb the ladder to get my precious flyers, which no one would take from me even if I got them, and then someone would take the ladder away, leaving me stuck up there. Definitely overnight, possibly through classes the next day, which would break rules and maybe even get me expelled. I should know the rules a little bit better. I shrugged and walked towards the ladder, spreading my arms and swaying so the wind could blow through my hair. It seemed to whisper to me, "You'll be hungry if you miss dinner." And I whispered back, "If I don't spend some time in isolation, I'm going to eat one of the lovely students here instead." I danced up the ladder all dainty and carefree, then swung over the stone lip at the top. There you are, cheeky flyers, and all covered in bird poop. I will have much more fun handing out bird crap-coated flyers to the immaculate students of Rosewood. I heard the slight rustle as someone pulled down the ladder, but I didn't bother getting up to see it happen. If worst came to worst, as in if I got tired of being up on the tower alone, I could always make a rope out of flyers and bunge down. No, I'd get paper cuts. Much better to train the birds to carry me away. I could make tethers with woven strands of my hair. I folded a sheet of paper in half absently. I felt weird. Ever since I'd woken up, I'd felt different, a little less gloomy, and a little more energetic. This is how I felt before I came up with a brilliant scheme. My schemes always ended disastrously, but the important thing was that they weren't boring. The last scheme I'd had was probably starting my business, because I'd thought that if great-grandmother could start a global beauty corporation, how hard could it be? She was dead, after all, and I was not. I threw my excellently folded airplane and watched it soar and swoop around, caught in the breeze until it stuck into a fuzzy bush. What I really wanted to do was sing, like I'd used to sing with Poppy, up in the top of trees, while we drank tea and juggled whatever we had on hand. Spoons, teacups, sugar cubes, all very polite things. No knives until after the singing. Would Drake like that kind of tea party? Could he juggle? I grabbed a flyer and scraped an area along one side of the wall, then spread out more papers, so I could lie down inside the small balcony. The sun shone down and the leaves rustled all around while birds twittered happily. The sun slanted over my legs, warm and golden. I wanted to scoop up the sunshine and drink it until I felt golden. Happy, okay? Sometimes it was so hard to be okay. I hummed the tune of a song we'd used to sing at the top of our lungs. I'm bad, you know it, you know. I only whispered the tune at first, but when the birds continued twittering and the wind kept whispering, I took that as encouragement and sang a little louder. I wasn't a particularly good singer. In fact, I was probably completely tone deaf. But that had never stopped me or Poppy from filling the world with our song. I sang louder, trying to drown out the memories of her, wrinkling her nose before she shoved me over, trying to knock me off my branch, or when she made me a lumpy lotion for a bruise she'd given me. I was singing really loud by the time a head appeared over the edge, green eyes staring at me beneath his tousled red hair. I stopped singing and sat up, smoothing down my skirt while Drake swung over the edge of the platform, then hesitated when he saw all the bird crap. Penny, can you fly, or are you an excellent climber? I stared at him before I shook my head. What are you doing here? He shrugged and squatted down, kind of careful to keep his clothes from coming in contact with the sparrow guano. He hadn't even said hi to me in business class. I pushed him over before I could rethink it, and he fell backwards, sitting down in the goop. He narrowed his eyes before he shrugged and leaned back, apparently giving up on keeping his clothes clean. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push you over. He smiled slightly. No, I could tell it was an accident. How did you get up here, Penny, and what was that noise? Noise? Nothing. I may have been singing a little bit to keep myself company. I didn't think anyone would climb over the wall. I don't know why you would come all this way just to see who was stuck in the tower. No, it was the story, the one I'd told the girls about my prince scaling the tower. I stood up hurriedly and peered down, but there was no ladder. I whirled around at Drake. Did you climb up here? He shrugged. I like to live on the edge. I'm so irrational and inconsistent, like bullying you into coming with me last night, and then not even saying hello to you in class today. You looked like you were getting some good reading done. I nodded. It was good. I think I learned a few things that I can use. He raised his eyebrows. You sound like you're actually interested in business. I shrugged. Crazy rich people have money, or they'll just be crazy people, and that's not nearly as fun. He pulled out his phone and nodded to me while he pushed a button and talked into the speaker. Hi, would you mind bringing a ladder to the tower? I thought her hair would be long enough, but I was woefully wrong. That's right, take your time. It's quite cozy up here. He put away his phone and frowned at me. Weren't you singing this? He proceeded to howl in the loudest and most discordant way, but somehow in that awful sound I could make out the words and maybe something like the tune I'd been singing. I nodded and with a sigh joined in, closing my eyes and singing loudly, but still drowned out by Drake's voice. I was giggling by the last verse, and he stopped singing to frown at me. What are you laughing at? I may not be the best singer, but I make up for it in enthusiasm. Do you know this song? He launched into another song I knew, which was amazing because I only knew a dozen or so. We were singing when I heard a vague holler from below. I started to get up, but Drake grabbed my wrist. The sudden silence stretching taut between us, his hand warm on my skin, reminding me of the night before, of the fear he'd pushed back with his simple presence. I had fun last night. I inhaled sharply while my stomach twisted. I really liked the little kids. They were sweet. He smiled slightly and let go of my wrist. You're sweet, Penny. So sweet and delicious, starting with your lollipops and ending with your weasel. I blushed and scrambled to my feet. I looked over the edge and saw a stranger at the bottom of the ladder, not smiling when he saw me. Would he hold it still or knock it down? I looked over at Drake where he watched me with those sharp white teeth and that soft, smooth mouth. My fingers tingled and I scrambled over the side, down the ladder so quickly, the guy barely had time to get out of the way. Are you all right? He asked. I nodded while he pulled down the ladder, shortened it, and put it on his shoulder. What are you doing? Doesn't Drake. I glanced back and saw Drake scaling down the wall, his movements sure and easy, like he climbed it every day. I watched him until I realized what I was doing and turned to smile at the stranger. Thanks for the ladder. I'm sorry Drake had to bother you. He shrugged. It was worth it hearing him sing. You have to admit that he's very loud. I shook my head and glanced back, hesitating for a moment when Drake caught my eye at the base of the tower, something wild and untamed that made me want to run in the woods with him. Fun. I'd had genuine fun with him at the top, forgetting who I was supposed to be for at least 15 minutes. But I shouldn't forget. Couldn't ever forget.
Chapter 14. Mage. I bent over the mold while I shaped it carefully with the chisel. I'd never attempted selenium conductors in Attorney, but I wanted more than a simple image in the air, a flash of light. Selenium would hold the image as long as the static particles stayed aloft. I wanted something like Blackheart would do. Since they were coming for the winter break, we all had to push ourselves if we didn't want to be humiliated. Drake, do you have a minute? I continued smoothing down the side until it was good enough to hold a bond, then straightened up. Not a lot of witches visited the workshop, but Viney went where she liked. I turned to Viney with a smile as I grabbed a rag to wipe off my hands. What can I do for you? She went pale as she stared back, her dark eyes getting larger and larger until she looked away and started breathing again. The effect I had on most females still seemed strange, particularly after I spent time in a tower with Penny Lane, or in a parking lot with Penny Lane, or anywhere doing anything with Penny Lane. She wanted me or she wouldn't like how I smelled, but she wasn't like Viney and the rest of the females who could barely bask in my presence without becoming stunned and dazed. It was hard not to take personally, but I knew that Ian and Theodore had the exact same effect. It had to do with what we were, not who we were, or some other distinction. Zach is acting strange. You said you wanted me to tell you if I noticed any changes. I nodded and smiled. The smile made her stop breathing again. I sighed instead and spoke in an intentionally harsh tone. What changes? She licked her lips and frowned fiercely. She didn't like being an idiot about me any more than I did. He's smiling. I'm shocked. Is that all the sordid gossip you have for me? She shook her head. He's taken over Penny's riding instruction. He goes every day to teach her one-on-one. She chewed on her bottom lip. He didn't tell me about it, but since he's my responsibility, one of the girls saw them in the pasture, her riding, him walking beside her, and reported to me. I raised an eyebrow as I walked from the table which held my 2-by-2-foot mold to the sink and started scrubbing my hands front and back methodically. I heard about poor Henrietta. No doubt Zach is protecting the horse. Not to be disparaging, but Miss Lane can be accident-prone. She ran her knuckles over her navy pants, the spikes on her wrists glinting in the fluorescent lighting. If he hurt her, things would go badly for him. I know that you're used to having your way with any female, but the law still applies. You can't force a witch, hurt her without serious repercussions, even if you're a huntsman. I thought we were talking about Stoneborough. She glanced away, shifting uneasily. I don't know if the two of you are playing a game with her, seeing which of you can crush her first, but you should know that whatever my personal feelings towards her, she's still a witch, and you're still a mage. I smiled blandly. Drawing battle lines, Viney? I saw the footage of the laundry room. I did nothing to her. She glanced up with a glare. Just because I couldn't see what you did doesn't mean you didn't do anything. I smiled broadly and stepped towards her. She held her ground, even though her eyes widened and she stopped breathing. I didn't hurt her. I've just never seen a sleeping witch before. She swallowed hard while she clenched her fists, struggling against the ridiculous pull I had on her. And the spell you used on Tuesday? You were muttering to her in a foreign language. Don't tell me you were practicing German conjugations. Penny had told her about that? Were they actually on speaking terms? I wouldn't think so, no. But if Zach was seeing Penny every day while bonding over horses, she probably had mentioned it to him. And of course Zach would tell Viney anything about me. She didn't feel very well. I was soothing her nausea. Without her permission? Her eyebrows rose alarmingly. If you are looking for technical request and assent, she requested assistance, and I gave it to her. Doesn't it seem strange that she didn't go to you with a complaint? It's almost as if she doesn't mind whatever I do to her. Her face tightened. I'm not going to overlook the law, even for you. I cocked my head. Really? I stared at her until she looked away. She'd ignored the law enough times for me without my asking. What bothered her was not that part, not really. It should bother her. Someone should try and protect Penny Lane. Maybe I felt inclined to step between her and Jackson, or her and her terror, but who was going to save her from me? And Zach, of course. She's different. Viney's voice was low, angry. She completely terrified Jackson. I don't know what she said to him, what she did, but there's something not right about her. You should stay away and let me handle it. I smiled. What you should handle is the way that the females of this school torment her. If you're so worried that she's a danger, I would be careful not to push her too far. If she kills someone after being tortured and bullied past her breaking point, the blood will be on your hands. She glared at me openly. You sound like Zach. It's my responsibility to protect our kind from you, not to step in the middle of a personal feud. I raised an eyebrow. I see. In that case, I hope she finds a powerful mage to bind so she has someone between herself and your kind. I stared at her evenly while she stared back. I wasn't seriously offering to bind myself to Penny Lane just so that I'd have the technical right to fight a witch on her behalf, but I liked the way Viney took that threat, far more alarmed at the prospect of Penny Lane owning me than me fighting Viney. I glanced over her, quite short, but crackling with power that wrapped around her. It would be exhilarating to fight her, but not even Viney would stand very long against me. She saw the gleam in my eyes and inhaled sharply. I appreciate the warning. I will do more to bring peace and good feeling back to the honorable halls of dear Rosewood. She scowled and rolled her eyes before she spun on her heels and stalked off. After such a charged conversation, I felt exhausted. It was a little bit funny that Zach decided to take over Penny's riding lessons the way I'd taken over her ballet. Even though I only got her twice a week, and he got her 5 times. When she was with me, she only wore a leotard, and her hair was up so I could smell her long neck. She was built like a ballerina, but she moved like something else. I should talk to Jackson, torture him until he told me something interesting about the conversation Viney brought up. What would Viney have done if I'd touched Penny while she was sleeping? I should have. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For me to pass it up made me look like a gentleman, not that I hadn't experimented on her. I leaned my hands against either side of the sink and stared out the paned window to the grass outside. Everything was so green and glowing, like it didn't know that summer was ending, and it was time for gold, strawberry gold like her hair. I'd insisted that she come to the hospital with me because I wanted to test her, see what she was really made of, but it didn't work out quite like I intended. For starters, her fear was a curse. I was almost positive of it, and the annulling of magic was tied into that curse as an antidote or side effect. When I thought she feared me, I'd lost my temper. I had no idea what I would have done if she hadn't rested her cheek against my neck, pulling my energy into her until she could breathe. Stupid. I'd never hurt a female and wasn't about to start now, unless you counted Krieg. I'd killed a few of those, but things that happened in Darkside didn't seem real. Penny was like that. A bit unreal. I felt like I'd entered a different world, a dream world where people sang at the top of their lungs from the tower as though no one could hear, a place where you went to a restaurant with someone and ate separately, a world where witches sat on the floor telling stories to children, making them laugh and smile, chasing their pain and fear away with her sweetness. I'd watched her for an hour, waiting for her to snap, to scream at one of the children who pulled her hair too hard, but instead of getting wound tighter and tighter, she unfurled and relaxed. They were like Senor Mort to her, pets, creatures she could tame and love. She did not look at me like that. Maybe she wasn't paralyzed with debilitating terror in my presence the way she was riding in my car, but her eyes were wary, and she refused to eat with me. When she was stuck in the tower singing so horrendously, I couldn't help but scale it, like the prince from her story. Is that what she wanted? She'd taken comfort from my presence, as in she'd pulled that energy from me without seeming to realize it. Did she actually admire heroic acts, kindness, goodness? Witches didn't. That's why Zach put on his act of shy and sweet intellect, because it didn't make them froth at the mouth the way my blatant disregard for human life did. The fact that Zach's nature was more diabolical and cruel than mine was one of the ironies we both enjoyed. What would I have done to her if she hadn't sought my strength? I would have to watch myself. Viney was right about that. Penny Lane left me unbalanced, dangerous to us both. I would have to leave her to Zach. What if that's what she saw in him? Sweetness. And that's what she wanted. Not his name, Stoneborough, a mage with power. What was his name, the kid I saw talking to a lollipop? Barry. He was one of the weakest mages in school, but still bright, an excellent chemist and not a terrible fighter. If he had the right friends, he could do well enough. It would be nice if someone found love in Rosewood. Love wasn't possible for myself or Zach, for different reasons. Very different reasons. I shrugged and turned back to my work. I would focus on doing what I did best, being Drake Huntsman, the mage without a heart. I'd learned as much as I could about Penny Lane without using a scalpel. The curse was a mystery, but not mine.